brief word on dependent origination. This is the theory that the Buddha believed in. Now, let's not forget, northern India was, in the 5th century BC, a pretty cultivated area, all things considered. It wasn't as barbaric, perhaps even as today. It was a pretty concomitant landscape. People were wealthy, wealthier than today, on average. And there were different philosophic schools that were living in close proximity to each other that did not feel the need to annihilate each other at that time. And so there was also cultural exchanges between vastly different peoples traveling and in that area, Central Asia, ancient Persia, right? The Greeks, Bactria, so on and so forth. Even Chinese, South Koreans, Japanese. There was a famous, well, not in the Buddha's time, but later, there was a famous university that was known in Asia, Varanasi, and before it was totally destroyed and buried underneath layers of dirt by the current inhabitants or the descendants of the current inhabitants, it was the most respected university in the entire world for centuries. But anyway, dependent origination means that there's a causality to your life. Your parents, that's a causality. But you yourself, it's a causality that's perhaps beyond human understanding, but there is a causality there. So you are this way because of something that led to you being the way you are. That's sort of a way of paraphrasing it. Now compare that to the utterly idiotic propagandistic slogan that we're all equal. The Buddha didn't believe that. In fact, the Buddha knew that wasn't true. And in fact, why would anyone believe that to be true? Men are not equal to women. Women are not equal to men. People from the desert are not the same as people living in the rainforest. People in the Arctic Circle are very different than those in the mountains, and so on and so forth. So instead of seeing that as something hostile or inherently hostile position, you can see that as inherently refreshing. It can get you out of the imbecility that Western civilization has gotten itself into in the Enlightenment, when they thought that rationality, that Newton essentially had deciphered all of the natural laws, that they were so high on their own flatulence at that time, so inflated, that they thought that they could make these kinds of proclamations and make them true by thinking them into being true, which is a delusional trap for thinking people. See, there you think their skeptical doubt would have saved them, but no, we have a horrible combination of not doubting dogmatic, ideological, inherently false positions, and on the other hand, rationalizing anything we come up with as being the best thing that we could have possibly come up with, when in fact we're in our own bags regarding a lot of things. But it's also a causality. See, the materialists want to come and say, well, we could determine that you would be this way if we could mix this with that. Again, the cans of divine love in our laboratory, we could mix them all up with the other cans of human character, and then we would have essentially anybody we wanted. Just like baking a cake. This is the imbecility of materialists, the scientists, we've got science on our side. Yeah, up until a point, right? Up until you reach the limits of their absurdity, which is how they just try to reduce things down to a point, but they don't reduce it down to the ultimate point, which would make them look apparently, obviously absurd. So they don't take it to that point. They take it to the point that allows them to win arguments, at least on the face value, using sophistry and rhetoric, essentially. But dependent origination is such a wonderful concept because it also incorporates a lot of the middle path attributes that are so practical. It is a practical philosophy because it admits that it cannot know all of the origins. It's beyond human comprehension. But see, for materialists, that makes it theology and thereby discredits it. But in fact, it's stating the basic truth. No, you smart morons, you will never know all of the causality that went into creating your consciousness. Why are you thinking this right now instead of that? Well, you might come up with an explanation, but you might be wrong because delusionality is part of the human experience. Just when you think you've figured everything out, you probably haven't. Kind of situation that the human experience is rooted in. I finally achieved the success that I wanted. Did you? As soon as you do, it disappears. It was a mirage. But look at how it can work like an air freshener in these rooms of stupefaction. So if we are not equal, if we are different, we can embrace our differences, which is to say we can accept that we're different, and we still don't need to have animosity with people that are different. But on the other hand, we can respect the difference. Like your neighbor's house is a different house than yours, so there's different rules. They do things differently there. Also, you do not live in your neighbor's house. You do not insist on being in your neighbor's house. Nor do you want your neighbor's house. You see how that can work to your benefit and the benefit of your neighbor, how wonderfully practical that is. And also not really making comparisons. Okay, your neighbor is different in these thousands of different ways, but it doesn't really matter. There's just a general enough amount of difference to conclude that you are different and that that's okay. No problem. There are people that can run faster than me. Will you admit that there's people that can run faster than you? Yes or no? Well, if so, then you've just admitted that no, we're not equal. So people coming up with that, anybody using that is some kind of idiot, essentially. We're all equal. We must be all equal. We must have equal outcomes. There you go. There's another one. Anybody using that? They're not on the Buddha's wavelength. They lost the Buddha somewhere. That means old people are not the same as young people. It's so strange that people have to make this explicit in this time of smart moronism, but unfortunately, all of these cultural saboteurs have made it necessary to do that. No, we are not equal. But we can still live as well as we can together despite those differences. Or not. Like, that would be the unskillfulness side of things. That's also something people can do. But yeah, if you're very different and then you move to a place that's very different than you, then that might not be the best place for you. On the other hand, you might like being in different places with different people and respect the differences and not be stupid enough to assume that at some point you're going to become that thing that you like because it's different. It's never going to happen. You might know a lot about the differences, but that doesn't make you any way close to the same. So what a shocker that is for modern morons. Right there, straight off the bat. It puts modernity in its gutter where it is. Post-modernity is a gutter ball. And the people that pushed it and the people in on it, the orthodoxy, the dogmatists, they're the equivalent of a gutter ball. They're not taking down any pins. No matter how much violence they swing the ball, it's straight down the gutter. Keep that in mind next time you hear we're all equal or equal outcomes or anything like that. You are far away from the Buddha. Looking at another person, you could say, we are equal. That is wrong. Then you could say, that person is better than me. That is also wrong. And then you could think, well, that person is worse than me. And guess what? That is also wrong. There's no relation to you to another person that could be quantified in such a vulgar way that could be true, could possibly be true in those terms. And then what does that leave us? This is this wonderful space of freedom and liberation that we have based on the theory. Well, that's what we can ponder, but to a point, we're not going to get any definitive answers finally. There's no correlation. There is that person's individual causality, either ascendant or descendant based on skillfulness and insight, or the opposite of that, of which they are the ones that benefit or do not. And it's each one of it's our own personal highest responsibility. And if you fail in that responsibility, there is no one to blame. No one to blame for that. So isn't that wonderful as well? That's another aspect that is so liberating and so true. Because if you have spent your time blaming others, you were wrong the whole time. You were just engaging in egoic deflection. And possibly the critique was wrong. Right? You wanted the gold medal, you got the silver, and people just beat themselves up over just anything. Anything at all, you can beat yourself up about. I can solve a Rubik's Cube in 1 minute, 35 seconds, and that isn't good enough. It has to be 1 minute. The world champion can do it in 15 seconds, right? And so I'm permanently flawed. I am nothing. I am a failure. I'm a disgrace. You could do that. People do that. Yes, they do. These people are laughing. No, there are people that have jumped off bridges for less than that. So these are not trivial matters at all. The way we see things determines how much suffering we will have. And if you see things the way I just described, that suffering can lead to spiritual realities that are considered by the people who experience them. I know this is hard for rational people to understand. they consider it to be worse than death. They would prefer death than to feel themselves to be defective according to their own arbitrary, suffering-inducing parameters that they have imposed on themselves. They think it's being imposed on them, but no, it's them. They haven't inspected the frame enough that they're hanging themselves on. They haven't put in enough work to dismantle it. And so it is themselves, even though it appears to be, via delusion, to be something outside of their control. So we have just been given egoic marching orders, just go, 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 go. That's what we've been told, but just not reflecting at all on how we think or the big ideas is not the way to live in a way that is without unnecessary suffering. So easier said than done. I just said that will go, that vibrates. My vocal cords have vibrated the air and it's gone to someone's ears who have received that. But you could listen to this today. You could listen to this a week from now. You could listen to this a year from now. You could listen to this 5 years. And each time you will understand it differently. And whether or not you're capable of implementing the tools that dependent origination provides is very much up to you. It's your workshop. Those tools will only be of use to you if you use them and use them skillfully. If you don't, you will have no benefit from it. Some black dude wrote in commenting on when I said that Rome was built by slaves. He said, was it really that bad? How about this one? They used to throw Christians to the lions for entertainment. Christians, slaves, people not of the aristocracy, the ruling class, the people that had laws for themselves. That Colosseum, that's what they were doing. They had a bunch of animals. They had their own private zoo. They were throwing people. You could go in there, you could pay $10 and watch people, a Christian, be run around and chased by lions. Every day, a new spectacle. They threw criminals to gladiators too. Here you go. Here's a net and a spear. You get to fight Hulk Hogan here that has butchered more people than butchers cut up pigs. That's how they dealt with slaves, where the white people come from. That's how the white people dealt with their white slaves. So I'm trying to think back in America. Like, I haven't written any memory war books that might have got you all off on that goose chase, but I don't recall there ever having been a Colosseum where y'all were just thrown to the lions and tigers and bears on a daily basis. But maybe they brought that back. I have been traveling, so I don't know if they're doing that now or will be doing that in the future, but they did do it to their own slaves of their own kind, more or less, without the whole problem of that weird, strange, out of a psych lab concocted notion of ismists and ismisms. You know, memory war, it's a whole term. See, it sounds sort of stupid, but other people, experts, use it to describe teams of liars supported by hostile state actors that push narratives that things were this or that way just to cause animosity, division, and hostilities between groups. So if you bought into a narrative, forgive yourself, but you might have to do some repentance for that, because the negative karmic value that you might have set into motion for yourself going into the next life might not be good enough to keep you out of the fires of hell. So at least in your case, you might have to put in some repentance for that. I get it. You get the story. So things are messed up. Somebody gives you the hot story, and you read that hot story, and it makes you really angry, and then you go out and do the wrong things. I get how that whole mechanism works. I get that. They call that misinformation. It's a warlike measure, which is where we get back to the term memory war. It's pretty deep. There's been a lot that's been written on it, and it's been used in various times and various places against various peoples that were innocent of the charges levied against them. Now, if we want to go back further, who enslaved the slaves and then sold them to the slave traders in Africa? What tribes enslaved what tribes for what reasons? That's a whole other factor to it. And then what about the Arabs and the Indians? Those Indians aren't really favorably disposed towards black Africans, are they? When within their own caste society, they have a whole caste of people they call the untouchables. That means these people cannot even touch someone who is considered to be of a higher class than them, that they are doomed from at birth to doing only the worst jobs. But they're not racist, only white Americans apparently are that. Isn't that strange? Could the Chinese come up with some type of idea like that, push that narrative because it works for them? And it worked on you, and now you're just doing the wrong thing, thinking the wrong way, holding the wrong beef, holding the wrong bag. Is that right? Bag, B-A-G, bags. Did you take the bag from the bags? The Benedict Arnold Globoists that are working on diversity initiatives, but they ain't hiring you. They sure as hell ain't hiring Whitey, but they are hiring whoever else belongs to their own damn kind, like the high caste Indians. It's not the untouchables they're bringing in either. So it's just something that works for the people that are pushing it, not for you. Certainly not for Whitey. So what side are you on again? Are you on the dumb side? I would never have wanted that for you. See, because I'm one of those people that will tell you what I think. And if I'm wrong, well, then I might be. I might not be. What if I'm not? What does that make you? Here's another little cute thing, a little black people did in the United States. You know, the Globos, the Globo bags, the bags back in the day, they didn't want the American Revolution to succeed, so there was already a bunch of black folk working them plantations, and you know what they did? They dressed them up in cute little red uniforms and sent them out to get their heads blowed off. They were working for the bags, the bagman, but they lost. And they also set up little troops, I don't know if they did it in the Civil War as much, but they did during the Revolutionary War. They also did it in the French and Indian War. That was a little bit different. But, today people like to promote different narratives about different things for different reasons. So who knows whether it's credible or not? Just because it's in Barnes and Noble doesn't mean it's true. In fact, today, it's probably an indication that it isn't. So people need to decide for themselves what, who, and why. But just coming out with strange moralizing arguments regarding slavery and European peoples and whatnot is not just reprehensible, but it's academically non-existent. It's lazy. And it's spiritually misguided. You're getting yourself worked up about the wrong people. When was the last time you saw some type of demonstrations against Arab or Indian slavery of black people? And why not? Isn't that odd? So what does the boss hogs of this day think about you and your animosities towards people that you best believe their security details aren't going to be letting you get even close to their premises? But that old lady that some kid knocked over the head and killed, she was guilty of all those past problems. Is that what we're supposed to believe? You want that criminal to say that in the courtroom? Is that what you want? What do you think that's going to do for you if you think the same way? What does that make you? Does that make you just or not? Here's another thing. In those old coal mines where they were shaking hands with the devil, there were white and black people down in that hole. Were they slaves? What were they? So, as far as black people go, you need to get your damn minds right. And if some white people don't want to live amongst black people, that is fine. That is okay. I listened to one of my previous presentations where I said Africa was a country. No, it's a whole damn continent. And there are numerous tribes. I really would like to go and find out how many damn tribes there are. And then it would be nice to do a tally. How many of them don't like each other at all? What about the Tutsis and the Hutsis and the Tutsis? How did that kick off? Two black people don't like each other at all. But they're both black, so how's the ism? Where's the ism? Is it ism? Do you need to go to a new level of ism to come up with an ism for that one? What about World War I, where the French and the Germans, where was the ism there? Oh, well, they'll say it's nationalism. Well, was it really? Was it really? The man on the street eating a baguette, drinking some red wine, and the guy eating a sausage and drinking a beer. Those two guys had to create that because of that ism. Is that right? Who put them up to it? And why? So, look, this is just These are big games played by big bags. But as far as the small people go, don't think for a second that any of that type of nonsense is going to work out for you in the end. There's no part of believing in delusion that is good. So wherever you are, bring a lot of civility, dignity, and respect to the equation. You think you're better than other people? Well, then prove it in those 3 key areas that do matter. If not, yeah, you could be lower than the low. And it don't matter what you look like. But yeah, respect boundaries. You know who doesn't respect boundaries? Sadists don't respect boundaries. You have your door locked, that sadist, he'll bust that door in, take what you got. But who won't do that? Well, someone who is not that. They could do that, they don't do that. That does make them a better person. It does. So this is an individual game. You are part of a group, yes, but you can also be an exemplary part of that group that doesn't engage in malicious or misguided behavior, speech, or thoughts. We're going to take it to the level of thoughts. If animosity arises within you, you can be the one that lets that animosity go, knowing that it was the devil that put that there in you, and wants you to blame something outside. It's a normal, human, common, vulgar reaction. But supernormal people put it to rest themselves. They go to the bathroom, they wipe their own butts, they wash their own hands, they leave that where it belongs, and they don't spread it around. So it is up to you what type of person you are and will be. But if you go the wrong way, and Lord knows, many of you have, well, you are lost, aren't you? And that come back, that you just don't even know. Don't even know where that's going to take you. So you don't believe in God, you're that type of smart person, you hear all these words, science this, science that, cognitive this, cognitive that. You miss out on the civility, dignity, and respect departments. Man, you lost this game, this roll of the dice. You snake eyes out. So respect boundaries, yeah. And there's nothing wrong in living your way and apart, and other people living their way and apart. There's nothing wrong with that. It's when you come together and do something that you have those, so that civility, dignity, and respect. You're always bringing that to the table because you have it, because you've cultivated it, because you know how valuable that is. So what are some practical solutions? One, disidentify with groups, or the greater group. Yes, you belong to them. Well, guess what? Be an exceptional individual of that group. But disidentify with the group. Yes, there's groups, but there is you. You are what matter. You're the one that can bring the civility, dignity, or respect to the situation or not. That counts. There might be 10 people in the neighborhood dealing drugs, but you have decided not to do that. That means you get the good results from that. You don't do that, you get the bad results from that. So Yesterday was groupism, today the new day is individualism. It's you. Yes, you have these attributes. No, you don't act like that. Yes, people can treat you poorly and you can understand why, but no, you don't turn, reciprocate in kind. You let it go. So it's disidentification with the group and it's individualization of the person. And it's cultivation of right values and right view and right effort. But just by doing that, you have to realize that doesn't mean that you will necessarily belong to another group. You won't. But at least you will know, you will have the satisfaction to know that you are not a vulgar person and that you aren't the way that some might think you are. And that really does have value. That is where real value is found. And don't even get me started on Asia, because you already know that the Han Chinese look down on all the other Asians, and then you have certain Japanese that don't like Koreans, and then they have 50 different kinds of groups that think they're better than the others and treat other people like crap because of that. Are those skillful or unskillful people? Ask yourself that question. And then if they're doing that within their own groups, at least it appears to be that way from the outside, hey, you're all Asian, you should be getting along. They don't. What does that tell you about how they might think about you or other people that are significantly different? And then there's people that don't like other groups, and then there's people that are infatuated with other groups. Like when I show up, there's certain people, it's a fan base. They might mistake me for a living God. They throw themselves straight on the ground, start crawling. That is not appropriate either, is it? But of course, there are weirdo kind of people, malignant narcissists. That's exactly what they want in this realm, because they're on that external validation trip. No, the new download is internal validation. If they love you, that's wrong usually. It's some concept, delusional concept they have in their minds. If they hate you, that's wrong too. The best is just case by case basis, a general compassion and understanding for other living beings, all living beings, including fish, birds, dogs, any living being, having some compassion and understanding and appreciation for their differences. And knowing that they cannot validate you. Even if they want to, they can't do it. You have to do that. They're worshiping you. That could bend you in a different direction. They're hating you. That could bend you in the other direction. No bending, right, is no identification. It's pure equanimity. And that's where you reach a level of civility, dignity, and respect that is truly authentic. Be that. I want to come back to the word homeless for a second and how it relates to Siddhartha or Gautama. Because at the time he adopted what is called homelessness. I don't like that word at all. There was a long-standing samana tradition in northern India where that was a common practice. But I think one way of looking at it, especially in light of today, of modern moronism, is that we're way too boxed in. You could look at our current defunct societies as some form of property management companies, which fits in with PMC minders. So this is their property, and you have to think according to the mandates of your betters, and don't make any people angry that might have hair triggers about ridiculous issues that we've planted in them like grenades to make life all the less enjoyable, making our robots less congenial as some kind of psychological measure to keep people jammed up. I think the anger levels of modern people are not natural. And why is that? Well, we're living in increasingly artificial environments. So we have artificially increased anger levels. Sort of like pollution, right? We have higher pollution, air pollution levels. This is scientifically verifiable. In fact, even geologists can cut into the side of some mound in England and they can determine, okay, right here, this is the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. You see this soot, this pencil line of soot that represents 50 years of coal burning. And on the basis of that, scientists can also just ascertain, well, if this amount of soot accumulated over this amount of time, that it was released via the air, then we can postulate how many particles per meter per, and then make the connection back to people and health. Well, if they were breathing this in, we can only imagine. And then do imagine London when everyone was burning wood in their fireplaces and things of that nature too. How terrible the air was there, the air quality, in that man-made artificial environment. So part of the samana recipe, I would just say it's, maybe we should go back to it and say they adopted a lifestyle of detachment to places and things. Now, if you want to call that homeless, I don't think the modern term, it's one of those words that's been warped in our property management kind of context. Well, this is an economic issue. We have to combat homelessness. These people all want to be in nice little boxes, but they just can't afford it. Golly gee. What we're going to do, we need to build more boxes. These people, if they only had a box, like some type of gerbil, they would automatically feel better about themselves and finally see the error of their ways and appreciate the boxiness of boxes. Like all the rest of us upstanding city sands in our repetitive, boring, dead, misguided, materialistic, leveraged lives. No, that didn't appeal to Samanas at all. So they adopted detachedness to place and things. They adopted mobility. How about this? They adopted the mobile lifestyle. They adopted the light lifestyle. They adopted the unhindered lifestyle. They adopted the flexible, the adaptable, the natural, the dynamic, the flowing, the moving, the seasonal, the temperate, the cyclical lifestyle. What other words can we use instead of homelessness? The unburdened. How about this? They adopted, Siddhartha or Gautama adopted the unburdened lifestyle instead of the homeless lifestyle. Because home is where your heart is. He had his home with him. He had his 1 meter monastery with him at all times. He was always at home. He was not without a home. He just did not place his home in a place or in a building. He could bring himself, his home, to a place, someone else's home, or in the vicinity of a home, but he was not in that home. He was in his own home. He was at home with himself. Can we say that instead? And don't forget, before people started to labelize Buddhism as Buddhism, he was just a samana. And I'm pretty sure he thought of himself that way until the day he died. But see, people like to deify people. They like to get personal. They're all about personal things. They want to get into the personal details. They want to attribute everything to a person. Because people are special. Right, they think there's me and then there's double plus good me. And that double plus good me, that's something I want to be a part of. I want that. I can understand that. But yeah, some of us were on a different wavelength entirely. They had left that behind. They weren't looking to get into the biographical details of others, or even their own biographical details that they believe were just ancillary to the journey. How about journeyism? He wasn't homeless, he adopted the journey. And this also plugs into the more ancient religious, let's say, concepts of reality, that life is a journey, it's the journey. He adopted life's journey. He adopted the pilgrimage, the unhindered concept of a pilgrimage through life, unhindered by people, places, or things. Which technically made him without a home in a conventional sense. But to call him homeless is really not to do the whole practice any kind of justice or your understanding of it. Which brings me also back to Gautama. The name, that's a very significant name, because it was the name of the priest king magician line, of which Siddhartha was a member. And ties in with many other ancient religions that were all spread throughout ancient Persia, Egypt, and Greece. Which brings us to the you could see tarot, for example, the different levels, how the fool goes through the different levels and encounters the different archetypes, not just in the exterior world, but the interior journey. You don't have to go anywhere to experience that. And they do say that the Buddha was traveling the realms. But if you were to look at him, he would be sitting there. There he is. He's right there. He hasn't gone anywhere. So we modern morons, we are very boxed in. if we compare the kind of culture in place where Siddhartha was, and yet still there were the worldly forces trying to box him in, social forces, conventional forces, karmic forces, internal resistances, you name it, people. But that's really, everyone has those things to face. But these days we have property management. So they were, the big rotten eggheads of, I guess was it the 19th century? In many cases, 19th, 18th, 19th century, 17th century, they were figuring out, well, how can we get the plebs on board? And they said, well, let's give them the illusion of property ownership. And then it has to cost something. And then they have to pay that back. So debt peonage. And so that's what we're looking at. It's just sort of a modern version of it. Well, is a debt peon free? Well, no. That's sort of the definition of it. So who are the rulers? Well, those that benefit from that system and their apparatchiks. But what does that have to do with good spiritual practice? Well, nothing. It's despotic. And because it's so widespread and it's conditioned into us, how about this, some sign of success, some big box, some big prison. You don't have one of those, you're homeless, you're a scrub, you're a loser, right? You've lost the game of life, your big box. You're outside their little big boxes. So, yeah, it's all very strange how smart people can be so deluded, but yeah, smart people are deluded, yeah. Your IQ is 300, you're still dealing with delusion on some level. For example, even the delusion that people can be smart really on a real level of smartness that benefits them in some way that might not be the way they think. They're benefited by that. For example, a lot of people don't talk about being smart, so-called, means you will be hated by 9 out of 10 people. So where is the advantage in that? And then when you're still dealing with delusionality, because there isn't a person alive, no matter how smart they are, that isn't, you're back to square one. So you're not only delusional on a certain level, but you're massively hated by the overwhelming majority of mankind. So, but that's sociology for you, isn't it? In a way. But on the other hand, the liberation of the individual, that's just sort of what is in the room. You can't be a free elephant if you don't break free of the chain that you're staked to. If you can't pull that stake up, then you will be bound by it. But we often tend to think that these chains are stronger than they are. We don't give in. We don't give it enough of a go. Our struggling is often in vain, and then we fall into forms of self-blame because of that. We feel like we don't have the strength to do it. But oftentimes it's not strength that's required, it's just insight. The insight is what releases us from these chains, not strength of resistance. Because that often turns into the bridge of aversion that keeps us tied to it. We're gnawing on the chain, but we're not dissolving the chain. We're not allowing the chain to dissolve. We'll call ourselves crazy and stop that from happening, when in fact we should just let it dissolve. This was a form of social organization. It made the most sense for certain people and the most amount of people to keep some type of social order. We don't have to see that in inherently negative terms. It isn't. There's a lot of people not built for the samana path. For example, right off the bat, half the population is not cut out for it. I'll leave you guess which population that is. That's number one. But there's nothing wrong with them. They're an essential part of life. Without them, there is no life. There's no kids. There's no humanity. So they're not the problem. And systems to cater to them are not the problem either. But it would be a problem if the other half didn't evolve past that, beyond that, freed themselves, liberated themselves from that. Just as the tree has its roots, but it has its apples, and those apples are very tasty, and they do drop from the tree. They don't stay stuck to it, clinging to it. And they're there to be eaten. It's so healthy. Have you ever just picked a perfectly ripe apple at the perfect time from a tree and poured over some holy spring water to clean it, and then just bit right in? It just crunches, and that flavor just bursts into your mouth. Ever do that? It's an amazing experience. It's one of the best experiences in the world, and it's free if you can get there. But in a lot of ways, yeah, looking at these modern monstrosities, these just endless rows of people boxes, there's no shame in not being... How about unboxedness? Siddhartha adopted a life of unboxedness. That's a good one. That's a nice little alternative, isn't it? He decided not to allow himself to be boxed in after a certain point. And to commune directly with the divine forces of nature that can represent themselves at any time in nature with, for example, suddenly there's a wind gust out of nowhere. All the wind is coming from everywhere. Then the rain comes down in droves, and that is a mystical experience. You're not shutting yourself off from that. Now, you're taking equipment with you. Me, for example, with the poncho with all the bullet holes in it, keeps me dry because the holes have been repaired. It's not to say it's a permanent condition. Look, you can get a snag. Also, you could lose the poncho. Something happens out there on the road, and there it is, then it's gone. Poof. You were expecting this, you got that instead, but that's dynamic, isn't it? That's really living in a flow of totally changing forms and conditions and randomness, and really accepting it and embracing it, living within it. I think a lot of these times when people hear those things, they think, yeah, okay, I have to theoretically admit the points that he was right, but they're not directly experiencing it. When you're in a forest, there's all of a sudden a branch will fall out of nowhere. Then one day that tree's standing, the next day you wake up, it is fallen over. One day there was no flowers in the field, the next day it's a carpet of crimson poppies. So changing forms and conditions in nature is just the way things are. And only by living in nature do you really experience how immense those changes are, how cosmic. But when you're boxed in, you'll admit the point, but it's not the same. You're still not in congruence. You're not brave enough. You're not accepting the true nature of your reality. You're insulated from it. Now, one of the rough things about northern climates is the dew point during the evening. This is something that people in insulated boxes don't really experience, but if you've gone out camping, you know what I'm talking about. It's that clammy, cold couple of hours that will sometimes just wake you up out of sleep, and then you're like, wow, this is sort of uncomfortable. This is Dutanga. This is a little bit perhaps even dangerous. Am I going to survive this? How many calories did I eat? Or perhaps I'm injured. But it's exactly those types of little wake-up calls to your essential survival instincts that keep you dynamic, keep you alive, keep you awake, keep you on point, keep you on edge, keep you in the moment. Life is not about being comfortable. See, we can take that instinct, I don't like this, I think I should remove myself from this, I think I should have more comfort. We can take that tendency too far, and then we finally detach ourselves from the dynamic forces that keep us dynamic, keep us unfettered, keep us moving. So it's one of the more fascinating aspects of going back to the travels of Siddhartha Gautama is to look where he visited and the large number of places that was and how far that was. And then to put yourself into the mindset of how potentially difficult that was as well under the circumstances that he did then. Essentially begging food, but although begging is another word, I would say accepting the offerings of native peoples or indigenous peoples in those regions who had the custom of perhaps greeting special visitors, shall we put it that way, with a certain amount of respect, civility, and dignity, because that was the culture at the time. But to be dependent on that and to not even, I wouldn't say dependent on it, but not even planning one's own logistical chain regarding one's own sustenance, that's even a higher level of being unfettered by worldly concerns. And that it did work out for him is pretty miraculous. But today, perhaps, there could be some variations. Like other samanas might have had different ways of doing it. I think one of the reasons why we're still talking about Siddhartha Gautama is that he did have that social component to his specific methodology of how he practiced as a samana. Whereas the other ones, they didn't do that. They might have been more self-sufficient, but no one talks about them. They might have also found some place, some grotto that was good enough for them. And perhaps based on their wounds or their conditions, many of them were veterans, that they ended their journeys in a more of a isolated way. Not necessarily taking on students and not necessarily feeling the need to interact socially, and having taken care of their nutrition, perhaps because of the abundant amount of fruit trees that were in the region, or game, or other things that they would feast on. So there's a lot of different optionality out there, but our boxism of today, if you're feeling that that isn't really the point of life, well, do realize that a lot of people never would have thought it to be that way. At least one half of the population. The other half that is more concerned with nesting, they might be perplexed. Why wouldn't someone like being in these wonderful chicken coops when it's so comfortable in them, and you don't have to worry about foxes all that much and other things? But because we're not the same at all, because equality also doesn't exist, it's a delusion, it's a political trope, which is to say also inferiority and superiority are also illusions that a lot of people don't realize, that there is, let's say, very fundamental differences as far as the journey of life is concerned. And there certainly should be more acceptance of it in this day, as there was in northern India back in the day of Siddhartha Gautama. But for reasons, I guess we can call them political reasons, cultural reasons, disastrous reasons, despotic reasons, there you can see that there's not really much tolerance, acceptance, or understanding of people not on the plantation, property management, PMC kind of wavelength. But that's really not the problem of the samanas. That's a cultural problem. For the people stuck in cultures like that. But people who are stuck, here's the good news: you can get unstuck. The samana tradition is a Western tradition. It's not foreign at all. You could think of the samana tradition, it was the strong right arm of Western culture that got sawed off by Genghis Khan and didn't grow back. But that there were certain similar variations of it in the form of friar, monks, pilgrims, stranatstvo, I think they were called in Russia, straniki. But you can understand how property management people, oligarchs, and other political totalitarians, how they would not see a point in supporting or even tolerating cultures like that. But essentially, those are the cultures for exceptional men, exceptional human beings, exceptional personalities, exceptional visionaries. But it's not for everyone. It isn't. And that's something that needs to be stated. It isn't. I would say being a man is the first requirement. But as we know, amongst men, there are very many dullards. There are very common men that aren't up to task. They aren't not good enough, not tough enough, not independent enough. Whatever it is, they don't have enough of it. They might be strong enough, but not smart enough. How about that? They might be rich, but not free enough. So it's a combination of things that not everyone has. It's karma, right? Karma is mysterious. So what can a samana say then about politics, and how should politics then suit the samana when that's not really the way it works? And yet samanas can still have a lot of sympathy and understanding and well-wishing towards all living creatures on the entire planet and beyond. There need not be any animosity. But one can understand that, yeah, the path was made a lot more difficult because of all of these different factors. But when was the path not difficult? Perhaps it was just the appearance of them being difficult that made them more difficult. And what would that be then again, in terms of delusion and the king of delusion? Let's not forget the true regent of purgatory and his attributes and his mandate. But to tie in with people who consider themselves modern, yeah, the individuation process in Jung and his description of it. I was thinking the other day, I said 40 days and 40 nights. That's the expedited kind of program. I think if we look at people like St. Patrick and a bunch of others, that one could probably reasonably assume went through the Negredo phase. We're talking, how about Siddhartha Gautama himself? 6 years. So I was thinking maybe 4,000 days and 4,000 nights of Negredo, or 40,000 days, 40,000 nights. I also think it comes at a different time. Like, I think from 40 to 50 is probably the year that you could just call it the decade of Negredo in some sense. It starts whether you realize it or not. A lot of times guys have finally made it, and that's when they get kicked in the face with this. I mean, they think they've made it from the standpoint of worldly position, or they finally come into their stride, and then this is this is what hits them, blindsides them, and our retrograde culture has no explanation for it other than, you're crazy, get over it. Oh, man up, that's a hilarious one. That's really demented and sick. Anyone uses that, that's a red flag. Depends, of course, on the context. I mean, if it's really, I want my Hubba Bubba bubble gum right now. If I don't have it, I'm not going anywhere. I mean, look, there's a lot of monstrosities these days where that might be applicable, but for someone who's been through hell and is in between 40 and 50, some whack job comes out of somewhere and says, man up to a man, I'd say that person is pretty out of kilter on some really fundamental levels. That's one of those things like good words, good deeds, and good thoughts. That those were some damn bad words. That comma, that's gonna stick. You think seeing a black cat is bad? Some idiot who said that? That's gonna stick. What do these people know about manning up? They do know how to say that word though. Like I said, little bullies, charlatans, imps, trolls, kobolds, and Lokyites. That's what you can find in the sludge down at the bottom of or at the top of a property management pyramid, and their stooges and coolies. But look, samanas, that's part of how they roll. They are considered to be beneath respectable people by respectable people. But how respectable are these respectable people that think so topsy-turvily? That's part of this hilarious, that's why they call it the fool's journey. That's part of the hilarious aspect of the Divine Comedy. It gives life this Shakespearean zest when the samana shows up and appears to be beneath someone who is overinflated. But, these are just parts and parcels of this realm that do bring a smile to my face in a Gurdjieffian way. Because Gurdjieff, he did understand that. Although, look, according to Buddhists, that I am conceit that he had is misguided. That's why I like his mantra technique, but I would never say I am, because there is no self. See? How about this? Say no self, no self, no self. Instead of I am. That's why I do think Gurdjieff did end as a charlatan. Essentially, he never got past that conceit. But he had so many other great things that you have to see him more in a totality. We can't demand perfection from teachers. And whether or not he finally gave up that conceit or how he interpreted it for himself, we can't really know. But at least from just looking at it linguistically or psycholinguistically, that's not the mantra you want to use. How about this? How about aware? I would say you say I am aware. It's a conventional way of saying it. But the point is it will move you towards the effect of awareness, which would make you aware of no self. So I am aware that there is no self. It sounds contradictory, but that is more beneficial than just saying I am. We should also be concerned, what are we manifesting? And manifestation is words. It's thoughts just as much as it is deeds. So if you're manifesting a thought, you're doing work. But was it you that did that work? Or was it the thought that was manifested? But on the metaphysical level, that is an area that needs to be given more attention. Our materialist retrograde times, it's always looking for the manifestation, the physical manifestation. It's the spiritual manifestations where people are blind. Where did this depression come from? Where did this anger come from, right? That's where you need to be active. And how do I dissolve it? How do I fade it? How do I delete it? How do I release it? That's where the real practice is for the higher practitioners, the adepts. Not, I produce this chair out of a bunch of tree limbs within a matter of minutes that is pretty amazing and suits the purpose. That might bowl over one Patuchina or another that's over-focused on material manifestations. But that's not where we reside. We're not in materials. We experience life internally. We are spiritual beings. And how our spirit is, have you raised your frequency? Do you have that technology, spiritual technology? Can you raise your frequency without taking drugs, without having something to make you feel happy? Can you do it just by raising the frequency like a crazy person? Because you will get crazy if you have to get crazy about things that are crazy, like depression that come out of nowhere. Can you do that? Can you kill a bear with your bare hands? Can you soar like an eagle over the mountain ranges? Well, if not, get practicing because you reside internally. It's all internal. Your eyes see, but where do those images land? It's internal. It's all pointing to the inside. But we think we're looking to the outside. But what did that make? What kind of impression did that make on you? Did it not make an impression? Why not? Why wasn't there? Where's your head at right now? Doesn't matter where your feet are. Where is your mind? Is your mind in the gutter? Are you filled with greed, craving, aversion, desire, comparisons, ill will, hatred, anger, madness, frustration? Is that where you are? Are you there? It doesn't matter where your feet are. How do you get out of that? What skills do you have? Where is your top anchor? And rope, and climbing shoes, and chalk, and training, and determination, and bodhisattva determination, commitment to get yourself out of that. Where is that? How do you get that? How do you develop that? How do you cultivate that? How do you prioritize that? How do you manifest that? And someone asked, well, why don't you give it up? Why don't you become truly peaceful? And I thought a long time about this question. But see, now I have a wooden post and I wrap a bamboo mat or grass mat around it. And when I do my techniques, I've hit that post so hard that splinters have burst out the back like grenades. I look at the back sometimes and I think to myself, what force was brought to bear here to create such a reaction? And I think it could be beyond comprehension in some cases. It's beyond mine. But I like that post, and I like that grass mat, and I like all the different techniques that I use on it. And when I hit it as hard as I do, I think it's almost chopped in half at this point. I feel very good about that because that post was dead. And so no harm was done. And I learned how to skillfully manage such energies in such a way that are artistic. It's a ballet. Like, I didn't just hit that post like some kind of idiot. I variated, adapted, reimagined, repositioned, thought the entire approach, tactics, strategies, point of existence, the absurdity of it is what really brought it home for me. But it took that amount of effort. I think it's only a toothpick at this point. And we're talking about hickory. But who did I harm? Who was the victim? Who absorbed all of that pain? Well, it had to be me, but why? Because that karma, it needed to be burned like that. And I did it the civilized way, and I didn't misguide myself, and I didn't hurt other people. I just hurt me. But I had to do that to come to this point of realization. That's what it took. That was the price. That was the cost. But I'm one day closer to being free. Thanks to that dumb post and that grass mat. It is important that we do not forget the common man, because we are always common, at least in some area at the end of the day. But that is precisely where compassion is needed, required, and the best place for it. Don't ever give up on yourselves, or civilization, or respect or dignity. Those are the things that truly do matter. They are worth something. And not just something, but everything. More than things, more than materialism, more than this dead matter. The living Spirit, the Holy Spirit, the bonfire, Kinas, the cosmos, the supernova of all good things. That pure energy. That the virtuous and the divine and all of the practical philosophers are smart enough to cherish. One of the funniest things I ever heard was that a bunch of not so smart people did a study on super smart people, and the conclusions were dissatisfied. But that institutionally, people of that quality are the ones that determine the institutions based on office politics and common, normal, vulgar things that people do to give themselves an advantage, but then they do that at the expense of the flourishing of the institution, because the people who are super smart are also super challenging, and there are people that are either devoted to them and tolerate that, or you have the sociological reverse of that, a bunch of poo-pooers. This is the person who thought they were smart. Here you go, clean these dishes here for $5 because I heard you ran out of all of your money because you were engaged in high-level experiments of lithium batteries in 1840, and you're busted, so get to working, dummy. See? That kind of reality. So yeah, some of them, this is the problem. If you're intelligence is this another word, people like to throw it around, but it's really sensitivity. Let's just look at it in a human dimension, shall we? Because it's humans that are intelligent or not, right? It's not divorced. Although we like to say artificial intelligence, when talking about human beings, intelligence is not divorced from itself. You see how you can make a materialistic slip of sophist rhetorical misunderstanding in those matters that matter most, that really should point you more to the supernatural than just the material. That the material is, yes, a means to an end of living well, but living well is the point of living. Dear friends, if you have learned nothing from me, then take that point away with you. Put that in your pocket real quick and hold on to that. Forget everything else I've ever said. And if you call me a bad person in 5 years, then let that be on you. But yeah, the social infrastructure should absolutely tolerate and also support supernaturally super intelligent people of their tribe. A Sakamuni, such as Asians do seem to still understand, is something venerable, but because of enlightenment missteps as far as rationality goes and KPIs and measurabilities, that everyone has neglected the concept of genius and its high position in Western civilization, and its beauty, its brilliance, its value. and instead of that see it as something other than that, is so reprehensible, repulsive, and misguided as to be an illicit crime that is tolerated in this day, but perhaps not tomorrow. Alright, so here's another thing for the sec boozers and the cognitive science people. Look, I want you all to forgive yourselves. All of you were looking for answers, and you really got into all of the theories. But science is constantly evolving, and theories change. But if we get personally invested in essentially narratives that can be scientific or otherwise historical, oh, memory wars, don't get me started. There are scientific narratives, and there's also sophisticated operations that have scientific narratives enmeshed with them, such as we have seen recently with the whole C-19 thing. Just look at how much disinformation surrounded that. I don't care what side of the aisle you are or what conclusions you came to. Just look at how jammed up the entire conversation was using all of that jargon. So if you got caught up in cognitive silence and you were told that this is what reality is and you bought into it, I understand that. I've bought into theories like you wouldn't believe. People buy into theories like UFOs. Einstein bought into his theory. Newton bought it. How about this Newton? You think I'm pointing fingers at people? Isaac Newton essentially believed that he had discovered, all there was to discover about the universe. And God bless him, he got a hell of a way there, didn't he? But he didn't get all the way there. And so just think of that. You could pick out the pieces reading what he wrote at that time, and imagine you were an astute critic and you said, look, you're a freaking idiot. These things you're talking about, they're not true. And you would have been correct, but guess what? He wouldn't have believed you, because just because one is super intelligent does not mean that one cannot be delusional. Just as one can also have ill will or greed. One is not immune to the defilements. Superintelligence is a product of good karma, but it's just one aspect. It is not the all-defining one. And when I say intelligence, it's not like we can just solve any problem. It's about sensitivity. You're highly sensitive, which is a blessing in some cases. Some people will say, this is amazing, Albrecht Dürer, look how sensitive this man was, that he can convey such a magical reality that's so overwhelming and inspiring and transporting and uplifting and imaginative. And yet, on the other hand, he was a mensch like everyone else. Before he went out the door, he stared at his shoes. He couldn't bring himself to put the shoes on some days. He wanted to do it. He couldn't bring himself to do it. So in bygone ages, there was more compassion for people like that, more appreciation and more respect, civility, and dignity. In this age, you're considered to be some type of pariah or offensive to smug sensibilities for political reasons. But okay, that's something one can deal with. I mean, one is not always in the best of societies. My society are the top 1 million living beings at this time, and they are exceptional. I know they exist. That's my audience, and not anyone else. And they do understand me. They do appreciate me. And they might not even be born yet. And I appreciate them. I've been surrounded by magically more talented in every way kinds of living beings. See, this is the key point. Super intelligent people are not narcissists. And this is something that eludes narcissists and sadistic and schemerous personalities, because if they think if you were so smart, you would be smart in those areas, but those areas are unwise. So, according to them, you're not successful. But what is success? Poverty is no shame. There's no shame in poverty. I think almost every day of Franz von Assisi, I feel myself to be in excellent company with people like that are considered to be poor but aren't. Sometimes I think I'm guilty of using too harsh of words, which finally is not skillful. But that is why I'm speaking into nothing, to be able to train myself to be able to select that out in future speaking engagements. Because it's something that's subtle that you can only become aware of over time, because you have to become aware of the psychological flows that are leading to exaggerated expressions in particular places for particular reasons, and all of that needs to be examined, but you can't examine it unless you're able to extract it in some way. And so it's very important during these processes that nothing's personal. It's just brainstorming. It's a abstract exercise that should have no particular meaning. It's just for the sake of playful experimentation. But yeah, what's missing from IQ is EQ, emotional intelligence. That's not, it might have started off or struck a lot of people as phony or a manipulation or something to be dismissed. But no, emotional intelligence is extremely important. You're intelligent, prove it with your emotional intelligence. What's going on in your mind? What have you identified as wholesome versus unwholesome? And how good are you in your regime of spiritual health and your elevated priority principle that you've put that to be, because that really is extremely important for, let's call them sensitive people, not just intelligent people. And let's emphasize the people part, like capital PEOPLE. We're all people at the end of the day, no matter how smart we think we are, other people think we are, or we actually are, or actually aren't. What is our utility for others? That's a question that is sort of negligible. It's a second order question, or maybe not even that. But, of course, why should one not be beneficial for people in one's proximity that are also human beings just like oneself? Why can't we break down those barriers and see each other as worthy living creatures, at least as worthy as a fish, a goldfish, a little goldfish? Why aren't we as worthy as that in our physical manifestation? With all of their defects, look at the little tail. The tail isn't quite straight. It's a little bit smaller than other people's, and there might be a scale missing, and it might lean to the left. Have you ever seen goldfish that have little quirks? None of us are perfect. Can you admit that? Is that perfectly intelligent to say that? Can you experience that truth and not blame me, the messenger, for universal truths that might be inconvenient, that might be ego-shattering, because it's so magnificently, overwhelmingly, thrillingly, exultatingly impactful. It's pattern shattering, ego shattering, universe shattering words, just logos, a piece of it, a beam of it that is always on fire in this realm. That's why poetry is so wonderful, because people might say it's useless, but it's not useless, is it? But the expression of it, when one expresses of it, it is useless. One feels, at least. And it is. Should no one hear it? Was it ever spoken? Was it ever understood? What is it that you understand from poetry? And it's important. So are the poetry of your life, the meaning of your life. Why isn't the meaning of your life more important than utility for others? Why should one not question principles that do not serve one? And by adopting principles that serve you, look how you can serve others, because you're so strong. You're so undiluted. You're so filled with equanimity and nobility and all of the supernormal health of a supernormal sea that you have established in the realm of your very personal, very real, very manifested 1 meter monastery, or nunnery, as the case might be. A force field of positivity, of inspiration, of purity, of hygiene, of freedom and liberation of all unnecessary suffering, because we put in the practice diligently. And in the worst of times, we meet that adversity with the best of our abilities. And they have and never shall fail us. Amen. Some fat, messed up person stuck their head out a window and craned their neck and said, "Who are you?" I think they might have watched some type of diarrhea-like show where saying something like that is somehow smart in some way. But I replied because I think these types of encounters are really amusing on a really deep, fundamental level that normal people don't understand. Like, normal people look at, like, they have that little, their eye looks out of the corner of their eye socket, and they're looking for someone to grab a piece of equipment and just eliminate the problem. Well, who am I? I'm the person that pops the big canister of green smoke and throws it over the parapet. The first one to make a move. And that other side, if it's soggy, all that morning mist, they didn't know where they were or who was opposing them. A little bit slow here and there. But why should they carry the day? Why can't we talk about a new humanity, completely different? Why can't we talk about innovation? Why can't we talk about bravery, courage, virtue? Yeah, they came here to kill us all, but what happened to them instead? Popping green smoke, that's what we're doing here. And I'll pop red smoke, yellow smoke, I'll pop any smoke. There's smoke. Wherever I end up, I know that's true. One of the more insidious aspects of a materialist society is that the more you work, the more you're supposed to earn. Let's just say that's true. Well, then what do you do? Well, then you buy things that you are on some level psychologically attached to. So first off, the desire for it was there. Then there is the getting of the thing, and then it owns you to that extent that you think you own it. That is attachment. And if we look at practical philosophy, accumulating attachments is really the worst thing you can do. Now people will say, oh, you're just over-exaggerating. Well, but it's cumulative too. The more things you think you own, the bigger the attachments, and then at some point, when you have to leave these things behind, or you should leave these things behind, or these things get destroyed or taken, the levels of unnecessary suffering are oftentimes well above what you would have expected them to be. Because you really don't notice the attachment until there's either the threat of losing something. Like, have you ever had that? You had something, it was sitting around, maybe it was a book. It was sitting in the bookshelf for years and years and years, and you didn't even crack it, but you were looking forward to cracking it. But then someone came, a visitor, and then you couldn't find it, and then you have this kind of psychotic experience. Like, where is this suffering coming from? The book was on the bookshelf for years and years. You never got around to it, but now it's gone. Now you're suffering because of it. Now, if it didn't happen to you with a book, it could have happened with anything. It could have been your lucky pen or a t-shirt you liked, or this is just vulgar, common, misguided humanity, all the way down to the most finite levels, the granular level. It could be anything. It could be a spoon. People got hang-ups, they got sneakers, they got whatever it is that's got you. That's a potential source for unnecessary suffering. I think this is also a reason why the Buddha was just on the move, because he knew that if you weren't moving, that you could, just like a barnacle, start attaching yourself to the things around you. And so he adopted that lifestyle, just to the supernormal lifestyle of pilgrimage or continuous pilgrimage, just to keep himself clean. I don't think the Buddha trusted himself on all matters. I think he realized that human existence, you can't not be a human as a human being. But you can develop supernormal techniques to keep yourself from accumulating attachments to things, which is one of the stupidest, misguided things you can do. Because you're sieving up that karma for yourself. All that suffering, it's going to come back to you in some form or another. And yet, look at how misguided we are. We think we're doing ourselves a favor by attaching to these things. And so we're in that loop again. See these loops, suffering loops, samsaric, worldly loops. You got rid of this, but now, by golly, you're now going to latch on to this, right? You had that goal, you gave that up, thank God, but now you picked up this one, subtly, like you don't even realize that you've consciously attached yourself to this thing or this person, that outcome. And so the recipe for success in a materialist paradigm is a recipe for disaster and unnecessary suffering, essentially. And yet this is this realm. This is why it's purgatory. This is why things don't make sense on some basic level. This is why there's cognitive dissonance. This is why people go crazy every day. Like, look, 5 minutes. We've had 5 minutes. What's the estimate? 1,000 people went nuts in the last 5 minutes. So keep it easy. Stay light out there, people. Don't develop these attachments to things. And if you have accumulated things, they're not your things. This is just the appearance of things. So, and also, books, where did they come from? Like, someone else could find them. Maybe they could be a use of someone else. You have to think in those terms. But we're constantly losing things, and we're constantly gaining things, and it's really a question of what you're gaining and what you're losing, and if you need to gain something, or what are the most basic things that are enough. And if you lose it, then you can also replace it, and if you don't replace it, well, that's just karma, isn't it? You have to be able to develop that way of seeing things, because getting attached to things is absolutely horrible. It's very unskillful, and it's what keeps us all locked and imprisoned in this materialist system. There's something innately vulgar about it that really does appeal to us on a very low level. So we can fly over the landscape, we can see how misguided it is, we can see it as clear as day, we can see it, and yet we still do it. We still attach without even realizing it, subconsciously. And then, of course, subconsciously is also the suffering. Why are we now in another rage? Well, it's based on the reality of this dimension, which is a disappointment, right? We can imagine having something forever, but just because we can imagine that doesn't make the comparison with reality any more tenable or acceptable to our infantile sensibilities at times. But repeat the mantra, not you, not yours. Breathe in. Not you, not yours. Forms, changing forms and conditions. What if you found $200,000 tomorrow? What would all the things you lost mean to you? You could just buy new ones or a different version or an upgraded version. Or as far as books go, you could have it all. What's the internet? Look, you can type in, you can usually find a book or so, or at least enough to read. If you can't find that one book, you can find another one. And you could read all day if you wanted. So these sentimentalities, just let them burn. Just look at it for the total and utter stupidity that it is. It's like squirrels. You ever see squirrels just collecting nuts? They collect way more nuts than they need. Sort of in a brainless, instinctive way, and we're not very different than that. But what is liberating is, well, the act of liberation, which is, guess what? None of this belongs to me. So I can just walk away from it. I can walk away from the social conventions. I can walk away from the social expectations. I can walk away from just the absolutely misguided and deranged sociology that keeps all this glued together. And by golly, I don't have anything, but I never did have anything. I've got everything I need with me, and I don't have the attachments to the things that didn't belong to me. I was just renting them. That's a way of thinking of it too, because they do cost money. If you have things, you have to. You're basically a storage facility for your things. You have to pay the rent for that. The more you have, the more storage costs are associated with that. And the second you can't stop paying those storage costs, they don't belong to you, or you can't maintain what the things that need to be maintained in a certain way, and they all just get recycled back into dust and decay and disrepair and neglect. So don't be overburdened with things. When you're attached and you're feeling then the needless suffering based on that, and you could get even more enraged at the unskillfulness of that. Don't do that. Just see it as pure stupidity, pure illusion, pure mirage, pure Mara, because that's what it is. And you can see it on that level and just let it trickle down. Breathe in, breathe out. Your body doesn't belong to you. Doesn't. It's doing all. Are you digesting your food, or is your body doing that? Are you telling it to do it? How are you doing it? What if it's not doing it the right way? What are you going to do? Have a conversation with yourself? Is it going to change? Not necessarily. Now, of course, there are people that go into deeper states of meditation where they can actually slow down their heart rates to a minimum. And other things like their brain waves can exercise some control over that. But normally, nope. It's doing what it wants to do. Just like monkey mind. It's jumping through those trees, finding all of those fruits to pelt you with. All those problematic things if you've got a problematic mind. But you just have to weather the monkey storms. They're throwing that fruit down, just see it for what it is. It's raining rotten fruit today. Or at least this hour. Don't extend it to the day. It's this minute. It might be right here, right now. That's what the monkey mind is doing. But from a state of centeredness, one-pointed practice, that you're at the point, and so whatever is thrown, most of it will miss, and whatever hits will just be split in two. And so breathe in, breathe out. I think it's important to keep in mind that life is inherently a losing proposition. You lose your life at the end. So this accumulatory mindset that we're drilled with, which is also materialist, it's also conducted by materialist ideologues, people employed by materialists, propagated by materialists, instituted by materialists, driven by materialists, and all that. Well, that's just a delusion machine. So the more delusional a culture is, the more delusional its ideas, and the more conditioned and drilled one is in delusional ideas, then it's very possible that the unnecessary suffering associated with that will be perhaps 100, 1,000, 100,000 times more than it would have been in times gone past when people never did assume that life was going to be good, or you would get all of the things that you wanted, or would be able to do this and that when it's not possible. They put their values in the spiritual world. When they got sick, they saw it as bad spirits. When they got better, they saw it as good spirits. Now, of course, we have science, and we can take a materialist approach and say, well, this isn't bad spirits, this is bacteria, and this is something that gets rid of it. Look, that's great. That's a great addition to spirituality. But it's not a replacement for it. And unfortunately, these materialists, they've also conditioned spirituality out of the equation. So people who wake up to the nightmare of the limitations of materialism, as well as the mismanagement of materialism, because materialistic people, look at the best of the materialists, they are the most greedy, and then they end up taking everything away from the other people. See that as some kind of evolution in a prosperity theology. So you have these just absolutely horrific sociological forces that are in play in materialist societies. And then, of course, no spiritual refuge. Not just because they don't give it, because they've destroyed and subverted the institutions, although that's a part of it. But that the conditioned Padujana doesn't believe in spirituality, even though it requires a certain belief in order for it to be true. For the spiritual practitioner, if they don't believe it's true, well, then it doesn't have any meaning for them, does it? Because we're talking about metaphysical considerations and not material ones. But they've been conditioned enough to believe or to doubt enough. Doubt is one of the chief hindrances, by the way. Oh, we're so smart, we're so skeptical, we're so doubtful, we're so hindered. Yeah, that's what essentially doubt is. Doubting is not skillful. Well, I'm a skeptic, I doubt everything, I'm so smart. Well, no, actually, no, you're not. You were dancing on the barrel and you dance so fast that you flip yourself off and don't even know it. Your smarts don't amount to anything. They're counterproductive. They're going to poke holes in everything. Even the boat that they're drifting on. So it takes a conscious effort for modern day Patuginas to more or less restart their spirituality from zero, and then just being in an absolutely negative, corrosive kind of environment full of people with nothing but cotton inside. They got nothing. Cotton-headed, empty, pointless kind of people and their existences and what they believe in and what they don't. So, yeah, it's sort of a real desert in a lot of ways, but it's good to theoretically know that there are people, at least the top million at any time, on this planet that don't see things the dead way. But as far as cultivating it in yourself, that's not easy. It's really like trying to create water out of thin air. You have to sort of collect it at certain times during the day from the dew. Maybe there's some type of butterfly net or something that you can swish around during the dew point, and that's how you can get like a couple of drops of water, of meaning, of spiritual meaning out of your day. But it takes a lot of effort, and it takes the right timing, and it takes consistency, and it takes a total reevaluation of expectations down to absolutely zero. And a reconsidering of this place as purgatory and not as just some neutral place. That it is, sort of behind the 8 ball. If Mara's running the place, then yeah, it's not going to be all that satisfying now, is it? How could it be? So, yeah, daily practice, hourly practice, minute by minute practice, that's what's required to not thirst to death for meaning. Now, of course, the alternative to that is distraction. I think that's what most normal people do, is when they start getting close to these types of realizations, they start distracting themselves, because taking it full on in the face, like every time, or into the guts, and every bone of your body, that sort of can simulate the feeling of pain because of all these attachments we have to fanciful ideas that appear to be nicer than the ones I've just described. But of course, appearances are deceiving. If you can live with the truth, you do live better. And by starting off at zero, really any little addition of meaning is meaningful. A butterfly floats through the space you're in, that's meaningful. But yeah, big future plans, your understanding of history, these horrible, worldly, misguided people in this realm, yeah, that can get you down real quick if you let the monkey mind jump in those trees. And the monkey mind, it's quick. Try to catch a monkey. Ever try to catch a little monkey? They got skills, but you don't. They got skills. So it's not really about going and hunting them down, shooting them down. It's letting them go and letting dissatisfaction go too, knowing that that's essentially what the mind returns to every time. If you let it, if it just runs and runs and runs, that's what it's going to encounter. So daily practice, minute by minute practice, is really the way to go. And it's understandable that in the West there are no good examples, or very few. Just go weeks and months and years without meeting anyone even close to enlightenment. And yet self or cultivation, inner cultivation, it's very subtle, it's very elusive, it's very mysterious, and it's not straightforward. A lot of times you look back, it's like that zigzag pattern, like crazy swings, left, right, left, right. But if you plot the line between them, you do see it somewhat of a straight line. But that's only over a long period of time. Now, some people think I rag on postmodernists overly much, and that they might be right. But a lot of the problems that they were dealing with were the inherent meaninglessness and sadism of postmodern societies that have been lobotomized spiritually and also, I would say, ethically. That standards have fallen to even sub-barbaric levels from the standpoint of our ancestors. So that we've entered an extinctionist phase on the basis of these just horrifically misguided sociologist, economist, psychologist, the smart moron class. But these are just externals. Like, why would you want to be a smart person that can see that in all of its infamy when just seeing it is just, there's really nothing beneficial about it. And in fact, it could even be delusional. I mean, nightmares are delusional in a certain way. So it's about letting disappointments go one by one. And you really do. Sometimes you have to pry your fingers off of these disappointments. That the hand is cramped. You can say let it go, it just won't do it. Could take hours and days and weeks, and that's just the way it is. Now, some people would say, well, go back in a time machine. You could stop having this or that expectation about life, but that's less useful than learning the skill of enduring these kinds of disappointments and also not making them worse by putting extras on them. They're just disappointments. They're just mirages. And the meaning of life, yeah, it's really something that each individual person has to wrestle with, like Jacob and the angels, right? That's just the way it is. Conceptually, it's a very useful metaphor to think of defilements as cups of poison that you prepare and brew for yourself. How could it be otherwise? But sometimes it's prepared for you, but do you drink it? Do you partake of it? Do you partake of hysteria? Do you partake of paranoia? Do you partake of ill will? Do you partake of envy? Those are your cups of poison. I like to make it very practical because that cup of poison, yes, it is yours. It's uniquely yours. But it's your unique challenge to not drink, to pour it out in front of you and watch it go down the drain. You see that mastery that you can exert. Other people would drink it, but you don't. Why don't you? Well, you have supernormal perception in these things. Just because it is served to you does not mean that you need to drink it. Is that not true? Let a waitress come to just order anything. Say, here, put this drink here. Is she forcing you to drink that? Who brings it to your mouth? Who forces you? See, you see the laziness, you see the cowardice, but do you see the power in that insight? No, you can stop that process. How about this? Have you ever been to a venue and people order drinks, or drinks come from somewhere and are presented in front of you? You didn't order it. You're not thirsty. In fact, you might not be drinking that drink because maybe it's been prepared with ill intent, and it's also the wrong time. And look, it's dirty. Like there's something, what's floating? Is that something? You're not going to drink that. Imagine a big old fly flies into it. You're going to drink that? Why? Why don't you have some standards? Why don't you give just a little bit of concern for your mental health, your spiritual health? The real thing, like what really matters, not some dead materials, like I have all this rebar. What's it doing there? It's heavy. Yeah, it has a certain value, but what is going on in your mind right now? How much air pollution are you breathing in versus not breathing in on a metaphysical level, like any kind of defilement? How pure is your air? That's something that really does matter. Yeah, I'm a billionaire. You're just 100 millionaire, and so what? Like, I'm not even more than a billionaire. I'm beyond a trillionaire. But I stopped counting because it's really about right here, right now. Who are you right now? Are you satisfied? Yes or no? If not, what does it matter who you are? You're completely misguided. You're lost. You're engaging in unnecessary suffering. Do you know that? Unnecessary. That's the good news. The bad news is how you don't appear to know how to stop it skillfully. But it can be done. That's the good news again. But it requires diligent effort on your part. That could be bad or good news, depending on how lazy you might be, how incapable you might be. But however incapable you might be, you can always gain skill now that you have just a little bit of insight in how crazy minds, monkey minds, can work. We can always go astray. That's what it is. To be human, to err, there's a certain also nobility in that. inevitability of that, a compassion in that, an understanding for that. Because how could we be human if we were just robots? So embrace that. Yes, embrace the pain. Embrace the discomfort. So embrace feeling like a piece of charcoal that is burning with a blue flame forever and there's no end in sight. Because that is also an aspect of purity. Acceptance of the human condition in all of its dimensions. All of it. No, not even a small angle of shadow that we deny. No. Old age, sickness, and death. That's what we've been given here. But not just that, so much more. And until those things would attempt to force us to see things differently, we shall always prevail with perfect insight into what is the true meaning about being alive and being a human being, and making and deepening that experience on every level, in every dimension, without any reservation, anywhere, at any time. So that we commit ourselves to deepening the human experience, even if that means embracing the most atrocious of sufferings that only the saints and gods could ever hope to withstand, and yet they are amongst us, they're within you. Never forget that. Me, a hero, on my breast are so many medals of so many magnificent alloys and gems that they cannot be comprehended by even the wildest of peasants amongst us. And aren't we all peasants somewhere? My chest is so brilliant that fools have been known to go blind looking for even a fraction of a second added, that they entirely lose their minds. So what is it to be so honored, so dishonored by the boldly misguided in this time? Is it an honor? What does it mean? Do good for you. Do good for others. Take care of yourself, my sisters and brothers. Chicago, Chicago. I forgot Chicago. So NYC, Chicago, LA, and anybody from Florida. Oh, and Las Vegas. Those are the cities to look at. Anybody having over $1 million in assets, you can assume with, I would say, a 90% assurity. Let's give them 80% assurity that they've engaged in some kind of sociological crimes, socioeconomic, political, let's say illicit activities at this point. Now, first off, I want to make it very clear that any of their junk that they've accumulated, I don't want it. Their stuff is cursed as far as I'm concerned. And it's not about taking away things from people, any of that. It's about recognizing that something terrible has happened and because we're dealing with a class and we're talking about bags here, people who have sold out the country or the idea of the country or the idea of an economy or the idea of national security or things working the way they were intended to work, why should we really give a damn about anything these people say as far as that not being the case? But look, don't just base it on me. I'm just proposing the theory. Bring in some sociologists that haven't been brain blasted by the 1917ists or the pig class and their economists or what have you. And then we just look, okay, so where did this person's wealth come from again? Was it great, 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 great granddaddy or not? And what did he do? Was he a valuable person or was he not so valuable? And what's Junior been up to, kind of thing? And if their numbers don't check out or they have a bunch of car washes and or somehow built some imperium and have their fingers all over a bunch of things. How about this if they were involved in culture jamming in any way you any companies involved with culture jamming? And that will also be scientifically established what that is. Like, you see the Olympics in France? That's culture jamming. Now, they could have used anybody to do it, but who did they pick for their patsies? Well, it was the gays. The gays are very... for example, the Russians are very fascinated with gays, all thing gay. They like to wreck people's parties with the gays. The gays got to be there. See, sociological jam. Look, for gay people, you're just embarrassing. Like, imagine if people were obsessed with playing with their ding-a-ling. And they had to come out and tell everyone that they're ding-a-lingus. And they go in a broom closet wherever they can get and they bang themselves off. That's about the equivalent of what you're doing. It's disgrace. It's absurd. And your sadist buddies, butt buddies are the ones putting you up to it and making the whole everybody that might be engaged in that shabby practice makes them even look more ridiculous and perverted and undesirable, not just in the countries they reside, but to everyone else that gets excluded from doing the right thing because they're connected. Sadist buddies somehow engineered it that you get the top spots in culture all around the place for no reason other than that. What about the art, the opportunity cost? What the art that could have been at the opening ceremony of this Olympics? What about all those people that got iced out of the position due to politics that were engineered by sadists? And then these preening gay people are the ones that then think they're going to somehow, due to some type of inverted morality, be able to skate on not being blamed for committing cultural atrocities. What type of superpower do they think their sphincters have that they're going to be able to continue to do that? Or are we just going to assume that might is right in all instances, and because there's a dictator alliance with a lot of money and they can pull strings, that we should just all accept that because that's the way the culture's going, isn't it? Well, no, it's not. If look, people in the old days, if there were like a minuscule amount of gay people in the arts, they kept it to themselves because they understood what social decorum was and what they did in their own private lives. That was sort of their little dirty secret. Don't we all have little dirty secrets somewhere? Like, What do people have that they don't want other people to? Well, let them not tell other people those things. That's your karma, okay? You don't need to promote it. You don't need to identify with it. You don't need to make it an essential part of your life or throw it in the face of others unless you're a culture jammer, because that's exactly what they do. And as a little Marxist-Leninist group, they did organize the gays, spelled Geyz, gays, because sadists are really big on gays. They're either gay themselves or they like to just do it to be sadistic to other people, because it's not really good for them, is it? And that's not me saying that. That's the 5th precept, right? No sexual misconduct. I would not advise people putting their ding-a-ling in a hole in a wall or in the ground or anywhere else it shouldn't go. In fact, I would also not advise it goes between the legs of some woman that they don't want a kid from, because that's what happens. But if they do, well, then that's what it was made for. But it wasn't really made for anything else, whether they want to admit that obvious truth or not. But as far as being misused socio-culturally and politically, no, that's culture jamming. That's an illicit crime at this time. But in the future, it will be a real crime. And why? Because we will then not have what we just saw in the opening ceremony in France. And then just look at how many other films, how many other artistic genres have been trashed by these people intentionally for the purpose that I stated. This is their foreign branch kind of people that did this. Massively funded. Because if you look at their opening ceremonies, you have Sochi in 14 in Beijing, right? Was it 2018 or 2020? Majorly important national event. Could you imagine them pulling off the shimshammery that France allowed to happen? Those people, they would have been arrested the next day and never seen again. You're kidding me? Some Western agents pulled off a culture jamming operation like that to disgrace the Chinese. They would have rounded up all their families too. There would have been the next day, there would have been a ghost town. They would have pulled their grandmothers out of the nursing home. Now, that's not what I'm suggesting we do, but obviously there should be penalties for people piss making and piss throwing. And culture jamming is an illicit crime at this time in the West. It's not considered to exist. No, our culture is so accepting. We accept toxic waste being thrown in our face, and we just put up with it because, criticizing people. If we criticize people, we're hateful. We're defective, terrible people. In fact, yes, lawfare has special crimes. Yeah, there's special people. You have special crimes for special people. So all of that needs to be thrown out. And the people who put those types of lawfare schemes together, they're also illicit criminals at this point. As soon as that bill is passed, they will be getting phone calls. Whatever law firms were behind that, they're going to get multi-million-dollar fines levied against them. It's going to be a megaton of crime that's going to have to be retroactively dealt with. But yeah, Chicago, don't forget Chicago. So, what was it? LA, Las Vegas, Chicago, NYC, and Florida. People over $1 million in assets, they need to explain why. There needs to be a sociological committee. And then it's just going to be, well, wait a second, this doesn't add up. And if it doesn't add up, if one penny is wrong, then they need to be treated as the illicit actors that they are. They have done nothing for the economy. They've done nothing for society. They're just a blight. They have no good reason for their money. And so give them a haircut. And if there's crimes associated with it, well then to give them some time. They should do time for that. And if you think, well, what is this? What can this be? Well, let's just look at them as people who were allied in spirit with the dictator alliance, if not directly. These are people that got into some type of position to leverage their wealth, and that's what they did. And it has not been good for anyone else. Just look at the damn subways in New York City, and then look at them in some place like Tokyo where you don't have people like that. That is the level of crime that these so-called rich people have perpetrated. In the last 100 years, is that what we want to put in? We're going to put a 100-year timeline on this too. And that's it. We don't, like I said, sociologists, a couple of other anthropologists, people who know about these types of dictator alliance, psych lab kinds of activities, and then maybe some economists. So that we're not just willy-nilly. Look, for now, when I said it's probably 80% that are illicit at this point, but look, the 20% that's legit, nobody should touch them. If they're wealthy and it's established that they earned it in a legitimate way, nobody should touch that. Okay, that's the difference between civility and not being civil. And really, for rich people that are rich and they earned it and they have it and it's their responsibility, look, it's a lot of work being rich. I understand that. And if you did earn it, great. Everybody should be happy for you. But it's also not just the point in life. It's not the only thing. And making sure that things are working out for other people and that we're not being invaded by hybrid invasion, or that national security is not being compromised, or that legislation is not being enacted to protect monopolies, and all of that. You should sort of be on board with all of those things, because if you're not, we don't need you either. Rich people, like I said, one of the three defilements is greed. And you have over $1 million and you're not greedy, well, what point can we say that you're not? Like, is it 10 million, 100 million? After 100 million, can we ascertain that, in fact, greed is a part of this problem? And then why should society tolerate a bunch of bursting at the seams kinds of defilement people that think that lording it over impoverished people is their goal in life? When we're talking about civic societies, like I said, people want to redefine the United States as some type of defunct zone or something. No, I don't see it that way at all. It's just been mismanaged for a while. And now we know the bad actors on the inside. So we got the dictator alliance outside and they friends inside. The boss hog bags. I was thinking the other day, maybe instead of boss hog bags, just call them Bilbos. Bilbo Baggins. I don't want to diss Bilbo, but it just works. It's a Baggins. It's a Bilbo. We got Bilbos on board. Yeah, and that's just it. Why is that? Because the majority rules, not these minuscule interests of misguided people. That might have been a time until it reached the breaking point, and that's the point where we are reaching, and then it's going to revert back to something better. This is the other thing with systems. People need to understand, look, Washington was truly a hero. George Washington, yeah, he set up a system. But look, once you set up a system, just like, look, Microsoft 95, you need to update systems. Now, not all updates are good, but you can also roll back something if it doesn't work. You can modify it. That's really what good governance is about. And this was an oversight, right? The wealth vector, or how about the foreign wealth vector? And that brings us back to these Wall Street pricks. Wait a second, you have 100 million because you were playing like little numbers games with electronic charts. I don't know. It doesn't really check out, does it? That's not the same as the guy who developed from zero a factory for avionics and is still in there at 7 a.m. every morning getting the shop set up, and on paper he's worth 100 million, but actually he's worth, in my estimation, it's hard to quantify how valuable somebody like that is. Okay, so if he has 100 million, God bless him. Okay, nobody should touch a guy like that. But the other guy who might be funding culture jammers and has done nothing essentially, I don't see it. And neither does probably the panel sociologist and economist and maybe a hybrid war specialist either. So if the person takes a haircut and doesn't cause any problems, then I guess the system will be working and not like it is now, which is to say not working. But of course, that's something nobody really wants to do. It's just one of these necessary things. Like when you have tumors in your leg, you got to go in, you got to pull out the scalpel, and that's what you got to do. If you want to get back, you want to save the leg, you got to perform some surgery. Nobody wants to do it. But then, okay, once you realize you got to do it, how do you do it effectively? And how do you limit the damage? But it's not impossible to do. In fact, you got a good surgeon, you got better than break-even chances of surviving, whereas if you do nothing, you're going to die at 100% assurity. Before your time, right? Because that's what's going to kill you, not just old age, which is really what every one of us has to face. But why should we die, let's say 20, 30, 40 years before our time when we could be in the prime of our lives? And it's just changing forms and conditions and randomness that led to the condition that we have, but it's not impossible to solve. So, the Baggins, the Bilbos made it necessary to even talk about these things. Now, 100 years ago, let's say 150 years ago, it would have been highly inappropriate, perhaps, for me to even field a plan like this. But these days, we got just too much going on in the face of hybrid invasion, attack, subversion, sabotage, outrages, things not working, bands of criminals roving around, arsonists, gunfire, anarchy essentially. So how do we get rid of the anarcho-tyranny model? Well, we got to address the tyranny aspect, and that has an economic component, which brings me back to Lansky. So how did they bust them? Well, the feds couldn't bust them on the numbers. This is how professional he was. There was nothing at all that they could have busted him on. So they had to take a special measures. Like they just came and they estimated what they thought he owned, which was probably not even a fraction of what he owned, but it was still enough to create an incongruence in those tax statements. And they nailed him on that, based on some type of technicality. And that's exactly what needs to be done with the Baggins, the Bilbo class. But there's the component, it's not just going to be the numbers or their tax returns. It's going to be what have they contributed versus what have they funded with that money. And if it was wealth guarding, monopolism, trusts, culture jamming, blatant criminal neglect, political sabotage, you name it, they're going to have an aggravated sentence. They'll be lucky to get just a haircut. Culture jamming, for example, I think minimum 5 years in prison for that. You got in some position, and then instead of using it to uplift us all, you took the position and crapped in our faces. That's a 5-year prison term. And it can be determined. We'll put it to a vote. Look, I found this off-putting and in bad taste. Does everyone else feel that way? We'll put it to a vote. We can have an online poll. And if 65% of the people say it was off-putting, it's a wrap. There will be next day a knock on the door, and those people are going away. Because we can't, why should we be less than competent when the Dictator Alliance has this thing at least figured out? I did not feel offended watching either the Sochi Olympics or the Beijing Olympics. I did not one single time. So are we going to signal to them that we are incapable of seeing these types of attacks for what they are? Because that's not a wise strategy. That is a signal of weakness, and it's a signal, hey, we are so incompetent that you could just show up in the middle of the night and start blowing things up, and we wouldn't know what to do about it, kind of thing. So it's encouraging maniacs to do even worse things because you're transmitting stupidity and incompetence. And also a soft touch. What soft touch? We're never going to have that opportunity to do the Olympics, right? It's done. It's gone. It's in the past. It is frozen in time. We can never get that back. The opportunity cost is immense. Just look at how many people's moods were wrecked by that. Look at all the animosity. Look at all the finger point. But we can make these decisions, and we can be on the lookout for it, and we can implement these types of countermeasures. And that's exactly what good government and good people would and will do. But we do have to be advised that the Baggins and Bilbos are not on our side on that issue, just like they're not on our side in basically any other issue, because they really do have more affinity with the Dictator Alliance. It's just how can they sell the public on that? Well, they really just have disdain for the public, don't they? They're not really trying to sell us anything anymore. I would say they're just trying to stamp us into the ground and erase us. And yet, what long-term thinkers are these people? Let's just think of them as Jack Ma lunatics in a Western context. they're out of their strategic depth. Okay, they don't know how to run a damn country. They don't know how to do even good things with the money that they have. So they might think in their mania, their narcissistic, malignant narcissism, that they're the best people in the world, but they just continually and consistently fail to prove that, don't they, on every level, like on basic aesthetic or ethical levels. So that's why we decided to have a rigorous political system, which involves a lot of engagement from civil society, a lot of engagement from the free press, and a responsive legal system that doesn't have Baggins and Bilbos in it, that will recognize the problem and then legislate it and then enforce that legislation so that we are not afflicted by these kinds of, let's say, gonorrhea parties. Why is our film industry so crap these days? Well, yeah, the same type of process. They targeted the film industry. They considered it just to be a propaganda organ, and you see how important they take propaganda. So if we're the enemy, what's their play? Well, yeah, subvert it, make it crappy. So nobody asks. The film production went up, so look at this. The money, the numbers, people. We're producing 10 films a year, and we used to produce 3. But see, sans qualitative estimates, right? Like the quality is unwatchable, but they now have 10. But that's all been done under the auspice of Bilbos at the wheel and probably foreign departments in the production using little mind games, sociologically toxic, politicized, psychologically terroristic kind of mind game people on the lower levels. Such as during, what was it, McCarthyism? Oh my goodness, it's the Red Scare. Well, yeah, he didn't do even close to enough. And these days, what are they, Red? They're not ideological. They're a mafia-like. There we go. There's a dictator thing. So it's a criminal network. It's people that have strings, that they pull levers. They got money, they got it guarded, and they can break and bend and twist and manipulate, and it's just for their own pockets now. It's a conspiracy. Yeah, it sort of is. You could probably within 10 days, based on their data, identify 90% of them. We want good films again. Well, you're going to have to do something about it. And they did something about our industry, and look at it now. Them and they friends, they're Bilbos. They probably, again, they go to the same schools, like these boarding schools, like in international, yeah. Davos, like they meet, and then they create the monster, the monster class. The Globos, right? They're BAs on the U.S. side, but they're basically bad news on anybody else's side. Like, for example, the Russian elite that's so fabulously wealthy. What in the hell have they done for the common man or woman there, other than destroy their lives systematically, exclude them from everything? So they're good people. Why? Why are they good people? What have they done? Now, the Tsar, right, you could say he was also a piece of crap in a lot of ways, but was he destroying people with at such an industrial scale that the so-called Russian elite has in the last 30 years or longer? How about let's go back to 1917. What does their track record look like in key areas if we could have access to that data? So why should they skate a performance review? What makes them so damn special? The Tsar claimed he was a divine presence on Earth, they don't have that claim, do they? And neither do the Baggins around the world. You got Baggins in your country, you got Bilbos. You need to identify them and throw them out. Like I said, energy sector is a big part of it. Anything dealing with globoism needs a full review. And countries, yeah, let's not forget, Dictator Alliance, who was it? I wanted to say BRICT. It's the BRICT Alliance with T on the end, because it's Brazil, India, big one. Anybody from India, Hindu nationalism, look it up. These are some of the most hateful people. They think they have a new form of supremacy. They think they're the supreme beings on the planet. This is how bizarre they think. But see, people, the Westerners could never believe it on face value because, yeah, they're Indians, right? But no, they actually think, and they even have in their society a caste system that people can't touch them. Can't touch them. Imagine that. Can't even touch them. So don't we live in a wacky world? So Indians, don't forget them. Anybody brought them in on visa program, if they're in any departments, in any companies, in any countries, you need to review that 10 Ways to Sunday. Okay, we're going to add Iran to the I. So double I. China is absolutely unquestionable. Anybody dealing with them is a radioactive scuzzball. And then we're going to add T, Turkey, to the end. So people thought Turkey was this cool place where, they weren't involved in politics and they wouldn't get involved in a neo-Ottoman kind of ideology where they're the supreme beings. Oh, they have that religion too where, their people and anybody who doesn't believe it, anything can be done to them. It's sort of an Abrahamic tradition in some bad neighborhoods, but that's something the West didn't adopt, but it also doesn't understand it because they have the same mentality wherever they go, even if they claim they don't. And what proves it? Well, their actions do, not their words. But, rug salesmen, you would think people that have rug salesmen, you would be able to say, well, yeah, they're using it there. They'll use it for religion too. But no, Westerners are so stupid that they take them at face value and look at what type of maniac situations are unfolding in London right now. They're projected to be the majority of that city. I don't know if they are already. In the next 3 years, there's going to be like 1 million. It's going to be a new Pakistani city or Hindu city, some type of combination of that. How can anyone in the Western world call that progress? So no, we have our boundaries, we have our cities, and if they came in and pulled off a program like that all needs to be shut down and reversed. There's a lot of real estate. I'm sure we could talk to some people, and it was a bad idea. There was a bunch of criminal interest and foreign services involved, and now in the next 5 years, that will be totally reversed. It'll be put as a footnote in history that this is what happened, but then it stopped, kind of thing. And if you're not resolved to do it, you're not worth a damn. But that is what needs to be done. Can you imagine the reverse? Like there was some type of English colony in Goa, okay, moved in over the last 10 years. There's like 1 million, 2 million people there. I mean, it would probably be better for Goa, but the reverse of that is no go. So yeah, people, things have changed. Like I said, the BRICT Alliance, these people, we thought they were, cute little people doing cute little things. They flipped and they took on a supremacist kind of worldview. And what strengthens them in that conceit? Well, immorality, displays of immorality and incompetence, like the opening ceremony of the Olympics in France this year. Because that's the other thing. People that aren't religious, they're not human to super religious people. So that dehumanization, just by showing that, they can show all their little minions how to treat the non-believers. Gives them a green card to do anything to what they are shown to be manifest trash. And you don't think religious people have little religious conceits that they're better than the other religious people or non-believers? You're freaking wrong. Now, it's not what truly religious people do, but the scuzzy, vulgar, common, normal variety have some degree of that. So look for it, and if you see it, you have to act in kind. It's eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth kind of thing, because that is their wavelength. You don't want to be on it, but they're on it. And it's not something any wise social planner would have done, was it? But this is what happened. So we are in the car accident. We got to get out of the wreck. Right? We got to call the salvage company. We got to order ourselves a new vehicle because the Bilbos and the Baggins, they wrecked it. Not just for everyone else, but see, what they don't realize is they wrecked it for themselves. See, if they had just been real quiet, they just did their little Bilbo things, the little boss hog things. They bought themselves 10 cases of cigars and who knows what else, and went to the horse races and did their little thing. Nothing would have happened. But as I've mentioned before, malignant narcissism can develop into malignant sadism because they want a power return. And so scuzzy people and scuzzy groups of people end up evolving into it without even realizing it. But guess what? The people beneath them, people around them, they get to feel that, but why should they put up with it? If you've got a working political system that can identify problems and then legislate them out of existence. So we weren't politicized. We're going to have to get more politicized because the only way past this is via politicization. You can't get rid of them without it. And they're not a problem anybody wants to deal with. I don't want to deal with them. I would rather just go fishing. In fact, that's probably what I'm going to do anyway. Because it's not going to be me that's going to do it. I'm just the big mouth that says this is what should be done. Which, in a democracy, is what anybody can do. You can get up, you can say, this is what I think should be done, and then other people can listen to that, and then they might say, well, okay, you're right about this, this, and this, but do consider this and this. It might be that my proposal is too radical. They might up the assets to 5 million. Say, all right, look, anybody with assets over 5 million gets scrutiny, and anybody without under 5 million doesn't. Maybe. That might be a compromise. Inflation has happened. We've got a ridiculous property market. It's possible 5 million is better than 1 million. And me, being a participant in a democracy, I'm willing to sign off on that compromise. I'm not going to pout and stamp my feet and say, this is all wrong, because these types of amendments were made to my proposal. That's not how it works. I fully understand and embrace the democratic process because I know it's better, right? It's better. I could be wrong. But you get 5, 10, 100 eyes on a problem. I do believe that in many cases the majority can come to a wise decision, whereas a single person might not have made the best decision. But of course that can go the other way. We have not just cultural jammers, we have political jammers. But see, that's also culture jamming. Anybody coming into politics with stupid sound bites, getting people messed up, dealing with dumb issues the people are sick to death of hearing about, and calling that politics, like all this dumbass climate change crap. See, it's basically political lobby that came up with that, and they became expertises, and then they can, or expertise, they can then appear to be knowledgeable about a bunch of crap that doesn't really matter anyway. Yeah, look, climate change has always been happening. It's a 10,000 year cycle. Look, there will be some things that people need to take into account. Like, okay, yeah, I do understand for California and Arizona, what the water levels and stuff, all of that is important. I do get that, but that is not the end all be all of politics. And it's regional. Climate change for the northern areas has a whole lot more of opportunities, right? Like Greenland, it's going to be a great place in the next couple of 100 years. Alaska, right? Completely different kind of situation. So it's not a one-size-fits-all kind of topic, but yeah, Bilbos and Baggins, they do like that climate change. It just gives them a chance to get in front of a camera and say sweet nothings to the public. So I think that's another thing. We need to look at political lobbying ideologies, political lobbying, flub ideas and platforms, and the people that were organizing that, PR companies, and other psych people that have been involved in these just horrendous political goose chases that we've been subjected to. And they could get a charge for that too. That's illicit. Any type of political lobbying, it's illicit. That bill, that political lobbying bill, that's going to be one of my favorite ones. And we're going to make it retroactive. Anybody that was involved in it is going to get hit with that one. So if you're thinking about going into political lobbying, don't. That industry is dead. It is DOA. And like I said, the people that were involved in it, they're going to get I would say 10-year minimum. And you don't think that's important? Look at that guy, Menendez. Look at him. Look at how New Jersey suffered. You want to go back further, look at Arlen Specter, these damn politicians, 40 years in, 40-year pro-lifers. Butts up for political lobbyists. They're guilty as sin. They absolutely flipped on their mandate to the American people and the entire Western world and civilization. So you think they're important? They're not important at all. They were just a blight on the nation as long as they were able to do it. As long as they were enabled to do it, they did it. And that's what they did. So see them that way. Book them, Charlie. That's what we're going to say the day after that bill passes. The topic of God came up again. Somebody asked, well, is it optional to believe in God? And I thought about it. Of course it is. Like, don't get too crazy about it. Think about it like this. If somebody discovers like an avocado kind of diet, like if they were like eating processed pizza all day for their whole entire lives, but then they find out that avocado is a superfood, and they combine it with a couple of other things, and then they get great results in their diet because they changed what they believed as far as their diet goes. God's the same way. You can say, well, no, that's not for me. With the way they're presenting God, that's off-putting. Look, it's your own journey. It's your own connection. You either have it or you don't. If you want to believe that there's no point that there's no design or designer. You don't want to personalize creation and make it more human, like create a human connection to a divine being or the concept of divine beings. If you don't want to do that, if you don't think it adds to your life, then don't do it. Like that's the thing. People who are into processed pizza and they sort of know it's killing them, but they like it too much anyway, and they stick with that despite all of the health benefits they would have by changing their diet to something like the avocado diet, then that's where they will remain. That is their fate. That is their destiny. That is their karma. That is their personal, individual, free will kind of decision to make, with all of the consequences associated with that, like crushing depression, like hopelessness, like constant and permanent self-accusations, or addictions, or substitutions, or doubt. Doubt, like I said, doubt is a hindrance. There's 5 hindrances. You should learn them just like the 5 precepts. Doubt is a big one. I doubt. I don't know if this is the right thing. Have you ever been just consumed by doubt? Is that a good thing? Did that help you? But we have people, these academics, essentially, they're trained doubters. But what do they have based on that? They're just negating this, negating that. Oh, this isn't real. This isn't fun. This isn't the way it should be. Just going like that. Dude, that's not skill. That's the opposite of skill. That is a joy killer, right? But understandably, it does take a leap of faith in that you're dealing with something that's beyond human comprehension by definition. But for people that don't think anything is beyond human comprehension, you could see where they could be hindered. They doubt that that's the case. I'm just me. It's me. It's mine. I'm the smartest that I could ever be. It's all about me. I'm only me. There's nothing outside of me. How about there are people that think that other people are just like some kind of animations for their own mind? Like serious malignant narcissists don't think that other people are even real. They think it's just their mind playing tricks on them, that the whole world, the whole universe was created just for them. So this is the thing, humanity, we can take all different types of extreme positions on all different types of matters, but the final analysis is, does it benefit you practically to believe this way, or does it benefit you practically to believe another way? If you believe that this world, now I come back and I say often that it's purgatory, but if you believe that this world is valuable, that this journey is valuable, you will experience life that way. If you do not believe that, well, this place is hell. This place will not give you what you want. This place will throw unexpected bad surprises your way. This place will make you sick. This place will make you old. This place will kill you, one way or another. And that's not going to change no matter how delusional you are, or how much joy killing you get yourself in the habit of doing. No, the skillful way of living is finding the good. And then the other skillful, the Dagas, is when experiencing the bad, transmuting that into the good via the austerity model. Like, I'm going to see this as an austerity. I'm not going to see this as a punishment. And I'm going to transmute it into an austerity. And I'm not going to see it as a punishment. I'm going to see it as a challenge, as a bridge to success, to higher levels of practice under the worst conditions or even more challenging conditions. It's taking me to this extremity. This dimension has taken me 10 levels higher than I thought. I was just walking and all of a sudden a machine gun opens up and starts ripping the air with bullets. This is what this dimension is right now. So this is what it's about right now. So look at, and then you can feel, okay, this is this fear happening right now. Look at how the body has cramped. Look at this type of shock. Look at the heart, right? You do your monitoring and then you return to the breath. You breathe. You regain control under the worst of circumstances. That's what elevation and skill is about. Now, of course, the best skill would be you would never be in a position, you're far away from the gunfire. People want to take something. You've already left. Or that might be the one thing they do and then the last thing they do. But not because of you, but divine intervention. Because those things happen too. There's no reason in the world you should be alive. But look, nothing touched you. It's as if the bullets went straight through you. And then you could be floating over the landscape. Up, 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 up. Into the stars. Into a meaningful segue to existence. And you haven't closed the door on that possibility. Just out of sheer compassion, you just didn't lock that door. You kept it open just in case. And now the time has come. So you've got options, people. It's about options. And of course, some people go overboard with it. They make it look ridiculous in some cases, but don't do that for yourself. Make it meaningful, sincere, authentic. It's a power for good, all things good. Connecting with that principle, immersing yourself in that principle, making it real for you, that's the skill. That's the art. It's not a science, it's an art. Oh, this is a wonderful painting. Why is it a wonderful painting? Well, look at this. This is, well, did you make it? You are the painter of your interior space. If you're not doing your work, if you've already said, well, there's no such thing as a brush or paint, it's all meaningless anyway, well, what are you going to make out of your life? How can God help you if you're stuck thinking that way? Instead of, look, it's possible. Let's just entertain the idea it's possible. And if it's possible, why shouldn't we believe in a God or gods? How about divine beings? The Buddhist cosmology, the Tibetan cosmology, fascinating. Just there's so many different facets to it, so many different stories, so many different insights. It's rich. It's very rich. You've got this story, then you got that story, and this story doesn't really align with that story, but it doesn't have to. It's all metaphysical. It's all spiritual. It doesn't have to make sense. It doesn't have to be logical. It isn't rational. It shouldn't exist. We humans, we shouldn't have them. We shouldn't even have the possibility of imagining these things, but we do. So isn't that great? That's awesome. That's like, yeah, when you roll out your beach towel in your 1 meter monastery, that's your magical flying carpet. It's going to transport you out of your sorrows. It's a magical act. Nobody can believe it's true, but they don't need to. That's your magical carpet. That's where you fly. That's where you fly. And other people don't have to believe you. You don't have to save other people. You can't save other people. Now, if they ask you, you could say, look, this is what I think, and this is what I experience, and it really does work great for me. Look at me, I'm ripped. My body's in great shape, my mind is in great shape. But that's not as if it's a done deal. Purgatory, there could be space dukkha in the next minute, and that's what I'll be dealing with. I haven't reached perfection. Perfection's impossible, but I do feel a lot better now. All that pizza, that processed pizza, that was messing me up. I look at the pictures, I look messed up. Why do I look messed up? Because I was messed up. But I'm not that now. And isn't it wonderful that we can change, that we can transform and become good? That we can reorient, reassess and remake our priorities based on new insights. Isn't that miraculous? Isn't that fantastic? Isn't that empowering? Isn't that real? Isn't that sincere? Isn't that authentic? Yes, it is, because you make it that way or not. Bowing position, 15 minutes, just pure bowing position every day. That should be the first thing you do when you get up, and say, thank God for my life, and hold that position. And make it sincere. Nobody else is there. It's your boss, this person, that person. They're not there. It's you. And God looking down at you. How real are you? Are you going to try to fake him out? Because that doesn't work. Make it real. If it's not real, make it more real. But that bowing position, that's a sign. And it's a sign that goes deep, deep, deep inside you. Every part of your personality understands that body language. And it's coming from your conscious mind. You consciously put that into motion. You consciously hold that position. You constantly have that discipline out as a sign of respect towards your own life and towards the Creator. And you create that bridge of unity in pure sincerity. And who can say that that's not real? So it's funny, yeah, this YouTuber that I thought looked like a little slimy, sly type of like reb spy kind of dude. Oh, I'm just on your side. Yeah, well, he decided to retire, and his team came in. Apparently, he had a team behind him. All of a sudden, it's a lady. Looks like again, some type of corporate dressing up like a hillbilly. And then saying, well, Trump, he's not going to debate Harris. Harris, again, is a non-entity. The dude nearly got his head blown off. What's she going to bring to the table? She has no ideas. Democratic Party is brain dead. As brain dead as Biden is. And because of the FDR umbrella, we're talking about like mafia, like subterranean actors that are enmeshed with them as well. Now, I have complained about the rhinos. They're the Baggins contingent. But let's not forget the FDR umbrella has Baggins on their side too. But then she came out and said, well, he always says these off-the-cuff remarks and then / attacks. See, this is a false equivalency. Words are not a damn attack. If you get emotionalized because of words, you don't belong in damn democracy. I'm emotional. You should never even have had a vote to begin with. These Chicken Little whack job loony 1984 hysterical ninnies, they get worked up about words. They don't belong in the political process. And then she was like, well, he also often says racist or sexist things. What did I say, people? Ist and ismist? Those are two ists. We're going to lose votes that way? That's not true. For example, the recent election where they kicked all the Tories out, only 30 million people voted in a country of what? Is it 70 million? Half people didn't vote because they couldn't vote for the crap head Labor Party, which is essentially the Democratic dictator alliance kind of clone that they have, that have done nothing but spit in the faces of the English for the last 14 years. Well, wait, the Labor Party starting with Blair, we're going back again to the 90s. See? So and then they're saying, well, that will drive voters from the Trump camp. These people don't vote, right? The Labor Party, half the people didn't vote, and they were very sensitive to the ists and isms because they're essentially, I would say, a foreign branch of a foreign government. The Globos. The no-go Globos. Their little money games. That's the other thing. There needs to be an accounting bill. Any accounting companies that have been sending these money flows, they're going to get audited like the banks. So no, you come out and say straight up normal things like it's normal to be ethnocentric, that all countries are based on ethnocentricity, that is a normal and desirable thing, and it is it creates diversity and uniqueness in the world, and it should be preserved and conserved and protected, and that the United States has a long tradition of that up until the 1917th kind of subversion of our culture, but that's not permanent. That's just, let's say, a case of cultural gonorrhea that can be treated and will be treated in administrations going forward because they've reached peak crapness. And guess what? Women that have their heads put together know exactly that there's no such thing as sexism. Now, the crappists that are on two-holism, F them. They're 1917ish. You're not going to win them over by placating their insane vanity and indeed a sense of superiority and supremacy because they've circled the wagons around that issue that is nonsensical just on the face of it, let alone its terrible and ridiculous and misguided and flipped history that they're always shilling about that doesn't make any sense at all. It's a total fabrication and a lie. It's been nothing but poison and stupidity. Then the race, yeah, black people, Hispanics, anybody who's not right, Western, they understand that different countries can have different focuses for the people that founded the damn countries and run it, despite what a bunch of ideologues want to think, or despite what type of gloopist or Baggins have, or plantationists have to say about it. They're going to get mobilized against somebody who's just speaking basic common sense. I don't think so. These are these slimy ideologues and educationists and head flippers that think their talking points are just something one should be overly concerned about. F them. Right now, it's an illicit crime. Anybody considering sexism or racism some type of issue is an illicit operator in the political sphere. And that goes all the way up to their crappy professors and their corporatist overlords that have them take these loony positions. When will it go away? Yeah, Bank Nationalization Act, BNA. Then we're going to have the Accounting Act, where we go into the accounting where this money has been going and to who and why. See how much has gone to the BRICT alliance. Then we're going to have the Speculation Act, shut down Wall Street. Venture capital is going to go away overnight. BlackRock, all these monstrous companies with DEI and all that have attacked our leadership and made us a third world country. No. So don't be sensitive, people, to these so-called sensitive people and these fake operations, these informationists. You think they're on your side? They're not. They've got the optics, they got a couple of step and fetch-its, and they got their scripts. And it's the same old crap. Let me tell you, Trump is not even close to right. He is, what do they call him? A civic nationalist, which makes no sense. He's coming out of New York City. He's got a lot of money. Look, the only thing going for him is his patriotism, but his lineage, he could very easily be a Baggins if he doesn't do the right thing for the country. Now, you would think these oldsters would know they're going to die soon and would do a solid for the people and country that they're supposed to be working for, but we'll see. I mean, if he's captured by moneyed interest, then he's not going to do a damn thing. And then what are we going to have? Republican Party court out with some robots. Democrats might as well be in Venezuela. Got black-clad security services not doing their jobs. Who did they waste recently? What country was it? It was Ecuador, I believe, where the one politician that was going to reform things, his crack security crew let him get wasted. So these people don't control the narrative. They have ripped off the country. The results have been horrific. They are endangering, they have endangered and are endangering national security. And don't believe them, but spot them. Spot them and drop them. Just unsubscribe. Don't recommend their crap. Let other people know it's a inside job. And start looking to the real people, because these fakers are the ones that they promote. And these rhinos in the Republican Party, they need to go boom out, bust them out. The Baggins, their big money games, their ideas about free market economies, all that crap is old news. These people are toxic sludge. They're so far up their butts, they don't know which way is up and down. So the future is not kowtowing to an imaginary voter base that would never vote for you anyway. It's straightforward. Hey, people, we're in a load of hell, and this is how we got here. And these little simpering people talking about offending weirdos' sensibilities is not the way forward. You think sexism or racism is real? You need to go to a psychologist, a new one that is developing right now to help people recover from Russian mind-bending sociology and techniques. That is the Baratius model, again, applied to the U.S. specifically. But they got little lick-spittle know-it-alls in every damn country. The French have their own equivalent. The UK has its equivalent. Ireland has its equivalent. These are these little self-selected affiliated Baggins on the corporate plantation. So yeah, don't forget the Dictator Alliance. Who works with them? Yeah, the Baggins, the Bilbos. And where are they? Well, I mean, we might have to add Virginia to the list. I mean, DC, oh, let's not forget. All right, so what was it? Vegas and DC? We're going to add those. Anybody in DC, 10 ways to Sunday. That's what people are going to have to look at them as. Are they Americans or are they Benedict Arnolds? What have they done for national security? Look at that city. Look at how disgusting it is. Those are where the managers and over-governors and people who know how to run things are? I don't think so. These people are dirty as hell. They're incompetent. They're greedy. And they're a bunch of damn liars. So you can't take that tobacco's too hard for you, then you don't belong in politics. You belong in a nursery school. You belong in the lettuce patch. Because there ain't nothing cute and comfortable and cozy about your country getting flushed down the damn drain by a bunch of Baggins. Coming back to the UK for a moment, our ancestral homeland. As Westerners, Anglo-Saxons, that's our ancestral homeland. Just like Angola for Angolans, or Nigeria for Nigerians, or China for Chinese, or Japan for Japanese, or Germans for Germany, or France for French, Spanish for Spain, Italy for Italians, America for Americans. You know, up until 1920, that was pretty... I mean, it's strange that after 1919, after the International got started, that all of a sudden it was questioned who was an American and who wasn't. That wasn't really a problem that they had. But of course, we won't have that problem in the future. It's just when will we get there? We don't know. Because we're still in a hybrid kind of war, aren't we? Which has a political, informational, and economic and sociological and psychological component to it, don't it? But see, just like you walk in a room and it has all these negative, terrible gases in it, scientists can go in with a breathing apparatus and he can just swab the air and bring it back and analyze it in a lab, and then you can dust out the dust. And you can do it in all of those areas I just mentioned too. So don't get down on yourselves, people. You all know this stuff on a gut level. The science will back you up, believe me. And there's nothing, there'll be nothing, no funny business about it. But yeah, there was Leeds the other week now at Southport. What happened? Well, the story broke that 9 people were murdered in broad daylight with a knife at an amusement park. Turns out 3 little girls. They said the first thing that came out was it was a Syrian. That turned out to be wrong. It turned out to be a Rwandan instead. Oh my goodness. But the leftoids were like, isn't it terrible that this disinformation was spread that it was Assyria. In Leeds, it was the gypsies, right? The Roma, not the Romanians. Make a difference, people. It's a big difference. Romanians were like legionnaires and other native European kinds of groups that were living in that space before the Roma showed up out of different parts as they are traveling people. But they're called Roma. But they sure as hell didn't ever used to live in the ancestral homeland of the Anglo-Saxons, i.e. the UK, until some wig flipped foreign departments and their friends. And apparently political patronage is really big in the police and security forces, because only people that incompetent and with that much ill will towards the country could be the reason why things have gotten as crazy as they have in recent years. This is just a culmination of the crazy bus. So yeah, dress up and play pretend people that aren't cracking down on crime. They're just your minders. They're minders of a bygone age for the natives there, to facilitate the process of total extermination. So look at them. Yeah, they don't do a lot of work. Like, they'll show up to these riots and they don't even know how to use the equipment that they have. But they look like their hands, they had their little fingernails, have had little manicures. They got little like designed beards. They're really shaved really artistically. Might have their scalps massaged by their barber shops. And when they show up, guess what? Nothing really happens. Now, I'm sure they're probably going to try to invest in some like military kinds of units to suppress native peoples if it gets to a point of conflict like that. But they're civilian minders. They're really soft-handed and soft-headed, and their butts are pretty soft too, probably. And yeah, morally, really soft. But they do know, just like in corporations, whose ass they need to kiss to get that political patronage, because effectively that's what it is. It has nothing to do with merit. And so there they are, like 15, 20 people that are being overpaid to do nothing, showing up to a crisis because they have to. And it's Clown Town. Look at the tapes. Look at the footage. Watch it roll. It's hilarious. The minders get minded. Get bested. But like I said, Dictator Alliance, what did Yanukovych do when there was a type of public outrage? Well, yeah, he brought in a crack sniper team like in Pennsylvania, and then they just started shooting civilians until things started getting so crazy that he had to flee the country. So I guess that's how things can happen too. But then look what happens years later. Well, they're back again with a full-scale military operation. So when are the other type of boats going to be landing on the UK shores with North Koreans and their friends that are there for humanitarian reasons? Of course, they're there to help the economy. That their information people will have them say as far as that's concerned. So look, it's a total failure. And it should just be admitted, and now you just need to look at all the interconnecting parts and start dealing with them on a case-by-case basis. Car accidents happen, political accidents happen, all of that. But remember, yeah, the ist and ismus, that's old news. That's illicit. Our ancestral homelands, they do belong to us. And it doesn't matter what happened in the past. The past, it doesn't exist. Yesterday doesn't exist. 1 hour ago, that world does not exist. 5 minutes ago doesn't exist. But our ancestral homelands, they did exist, they do exist, and they will exist in a way that is concomitant with are legendarily awesome ancestors that are and were and are in many cases the best in the world, the best this damn planet has ever seen. And nobody, no crap thrower, crap spreader, mixer, slicer, dicer, back flipping, cartwheeling, loon can or will ever take that away from us. United Kingdom is off limits for the dictator alliance. Whatever they do there will be undone, as anything they do in any of our other ancestral homelands will be undone too. And the people who did it, they will be brought to justice. And we will put no statutes of limitations on it. And cultural crimes, they're almost worse than any type of physical crime. We're going to spread that gravy around, because they certainly spread the gravy on us, didn't they? So let these damn wheels fall off. And when we get back in the driver's seat, we're going to good places, people. Forget that Istanism is. Let's let these Bilbos and Baggins start thinking, reconsidering what they're doing, and have them reconsider their travel plans, because where they're going, nobody gives a damn where. So the question came in, what are we looking at? Well, I think breaking it down to the most simplistic terms, of course there's some danger in doing that, but I think it's always good to simplify things down to an immediate point, and then you can add things to it if they do apply, but at least you know what's going on. The way things look, we've got a hybrid war with hybrid means in play, domestically and internationally, all at the same time with multipolar actors, so everybody's in on it. This is a pre-post globalist moment. So the people that are shilling and fronting and two-tiering for hybrid armies, they're the facilitators, I hate to tell you. Those were people that were specifically picked out to be the patsies, the stooges, and the bag holders for a situation that's getting progressively worse. They just took a deal under pretenses that would appear to be normal in normal times, but we don't have normal times at this time. So they're the facilitators, which is to say a fifth divisionists, whether they know it or not, whether they admit it or not. They're probably not going to want to admit it, but see, based on the facts, shilling and protecting and allowing mayhem and madness to spread, that is per definition what they are. See, bank robbers, if you catch them, they'll tell you that it wasn't them. These are it's a similar kind of gimmick. You would think people wouldn't be that stupid, but it's all about appearances. And appearances can be deceptive, especially under hybrid warlike conditions. This is a humanitarian operation, but that's not true. It's not good for the people being trafficked, that die all over the place and are subjected to criminal abuse, and then have nowhere to go because the economy is sort of dead anyway. Because you got regulatory bodies that aren't credible either, or legal practitioners. So how far does it go? Then you got the scientists that went on the C-19 funny bus. So what are we supposed to do? Leave rationality and logic and truth behind in a post-truth society managed by two-tier authoritarian leftists of a 1917ist lineage that is bathed in oceans of blood and mismanagement? Like all those dumb stories about Chinese industry, they're all fake too. It was just a big fake phony ride. Look at all those people that invested and positioned themselves on the wrong side of the BAG bag kind of business. Because, BA he thought he had made the deal of the century. He thought he was on the winning side no matter what, didn't he? Same way, that's exactly why that's why they're called bags. The Bilbos, that's what they think. They can have both kinds of pudding and they're not going to get played as greedy fools like they already have, because they have not a shred of credibility to stand on. Basic public order is pretty discernible. It's pretty real or it pretty isn't. Basic people can pick it up. And if they're basically lying about basic security, then they're basically useless or worse than that. So they have stories, they have their political patronage, they feel they're the extra special people that should have the extra cushy jobs that they don't perform because it's a play pretend position. We should care about them while kids are being murdered at dance schools with impunity. Then they show up, want to just tag the bodies and go back to sipping lattes. Like, look, why do these incidents cause big problems? Because they're a sign of other things going wrong. Like how many freaking totally useless murders happened under these hybrid conditions that they will dispute it even exists, or try to let's say keep the public from being informed by giving them the facts that they need to discern the statistic kind of crime we're talking about here, which is off the charts, has an exterminationist effect. It doesn't. No, you're over. Yeah, F you. People say I'm over exaggerating. I'm under exaggerating. Go into these neighborhoods. They're bombed out. They don't exist the way they used to. They've been exterminated. Why can't I say that? They're the ones making up utopian stories. It's all going to work out. And then that's where it started. Look at it now. Look at the places where they started with their little cute utopian stories about we can all just come in from anywhere and it's going to work type of crap. They pulled the wool over your eyes, people. And they had ill intent, I'm willing to bet, going into it. Again, these 1917ists, they're international, they're globo. They've transcended national allegiances or familiarities or unities. They're just the bag people for the Bilbos. Right? Actors. Give them a strip, tell them what to say. They won the election, no questions asked. Oh, and we do policies counter to what the people want there and counter to what their ancestors built there. And we have a whole bunch of elaborate cultural stories, PR measures, propagandistic, militaristic, hybrid-like policies and positions to jam people up. That's what we do too, hybrid style, Prigozhinist style. So you got a country, but they apparently still have access to different aspects to it. Because then you're talking about foreign departments in on it too, because it's just a free-for-all. It's a, I'll just do this transfer and promise the public this, and then I'm set for life kind of bag people. Just bag people, yeah. Watch the movie Heat. You see all those guys, how professional they were? Did you see how crisp their suits were? Sunglasses, everything? That's them in your political arenas. That's them in your municipalities transferring the cash without any bullets being fired whatsoever. They're the establishment, they think. So this is also a subterranean vector. Whoever's supporting these fakers have criminal associations, I would venture to guess. And so then wouldn't it be convenient that you don't have any security services to speak of that can shut that down? So what can happen? Well, if things continue this way, you could just consider criminals to be war operators and not the ones wearing your kind of uniform. And that's it. It's a wrap. There's no... What court are you going to send them to if they just let them out? Because it's like a funny merry-go-round kind of game. I mean, I'm just speculating at this point, but if that's the way it works, if that's how they're doing it, because this is a war strategy at a certain level, then maybe it's not just the greed of the boss hogs, maybe they're just being used via their greed vector for even worse actors to do even worse things that don't even make any damn economic sense or political sense. Like allowing things to get to the point where there's riots freaking out, that doesn't make any damn sense, does it? Well, not from a good or normal or well-adjusted person's point of view, but for global enemies, that makes perfect sense. And like I said, we're talking about the BRICS T with major capital, Wall Street, banking, and classists involved in that, luxury class people, and their political proteges. So, is that a bad diagnosis? I'd say so, but it's not terminal. We're all going to die anyway. It's just a matter of how. I would rather go up in a nuclear fireball than be wasted into the slime of history the way these people have concocted up, or the new social contract for us. Started in the cities and grow it out from there, push it into the regions. They've already done that in the UK. They're looking to roll this out. It's again, anti-Uyghur, anti-Bharati, anti-Anglo-Saxon kind of program. And they're stepping fetches that are on board with that because they're international. Jet set. Fly here, fly there. What do I need to think? What do I need to emotionalize for? What do I need to agitate for? They'll do it. That's the other thing. Like, when something like this happens, they're always trying to throw off the public. Like, I would, for some, apparently some Russian disinfo website published the wrong name and then people ran with it. But then it turned out it wasn't a damn Syrian, it was a damn Rwandan instead. But no, they described him as someone, a Welshman, someone born in Wales, Rwandan born in Wales. Murdered 3 little girls in broad daylight with a gigantic jumbo knife. What was he even doing in that vicinity? Can you imagine what other kinds of shenanigans are happening down there? So it's like a war zone. There's dead people, people bleeding out on the street, women saying they're killing the children, pointing in the direction. This is in the noonday sun at the end of August 2024. But yeah, the info peddlers, look at how stupid the public is. This fake website that ran with this, and some people picked it up for, I don't know, 15 minutes. Look how people can just jump to conclusions that are wrong. Well, what are the right conclusions? You damn shilling faker, hand gesturing, smart Alex. What are the conclusions of the real facts that often aren't quite forthcoming because they suppress that information because they don't want to upset the public, because why not? Why shouldn't the public know all the facts? What would it not be in their best interest to know the right information as quickly as possible? Why is that? Well, authoritarian leftists and Bilbos, they don't think crack brains, the crackers deserve the facts. Because what could they do? They could upset the apple cart. What? They don't trust the innate reactions of people to things like that. They're not advanced enough to know the facts and come to their own conclusions. So, look, F these people, these little sophists, charlatans, that play these little games as if it's, 2014 when they started this game in earnest. Give them a strike. I would say give them 2 strikes for that one. Remember, 3 strikes and they're out. But with those 2 strikes, keep a close eye on them. Because they think they be smooth, glossing over little things like that. But in a hybrid war and coming out for the other side of mayhem and anarcho-tyranny and the Bilbos, I don't think those are good, reliable people, do you? So maybe their success is just a mirage as well. Or maybe they're trying to find the next type of huckster that can sell the public these kinds of programs, no matter how awful they are. Because they really do think you're crack-brained enough to go along with it, to look at the extent which it's already rotted out massive areas. So understand they have this conceit based on hard facts, but what they don't understand is that there is a tipping point, and they've probably already reached it as far as their careers go. These people will go down in history as the last of the worst that were ever allowed to interact with the public. A long, shameful tradition in front of that too, behind them. So, and then they're trying to push Harris, now she's the President Harris. Can you imagine that? Some dumb prosecutor broad from California that busted a bunch of people for smoking weed. President Harris. Who's going to be her running mate? They're trying to get people interested in that. Yeah, it's going to be funny. What robot are they going to pick? A lot of them, they know the writing's on the wall. They bail. They want just a cushy job. They're ready to leave once the whole ruse goes up in smoke. They don't want to be in no important places. But yeah, she's got the charisma of nothing. And there's no reason why she should have been vice president, let alone now the damn president. Does that mean democracy doesn't work? No, it just means this iteration of it isn't working, and that's why we need to correct that. My back wheel axle is squeaking. I go into the mechanic shop and then I get it readjusted. I pay the price. I get the new part if that's what I have to do. That's what countries have to do. Well, this jalopy we're driving, they already ran off with the wheels. But that doesn't matter, right? Call the damn tow truck. And the tow truck is grassroots organization and keeping an eye out for these secret police type of fakers and agitators and minders and where they come from and how they look and how they operate and keeping them out of the political process indefinitely. And running your damn self and building teams of reliable, trust people that bring civility, dignity, and respect to the game, despite what the other side says. The other side's going to call you a hater, an extremist, a terrorist, a traitor, because that they think that's funny. That's sophistry. But okay, we all know that's how they operate. Now, there's still going to be those that do that and are still going to be fakers. Well, you got to keep an eye on them. That's why I think also pre-vetting is very good. You say, look, these are the points, the cultural points that you are signing off on. You roll on them, then the public needs to roll on the people that roll on them. That's how democracy works. That's civilized society. That's the only way forward. Anybody can get into fights, anybody can break things, anybody can tear things down, anybody can scream and shout. It's not about that. It's about getting beyond that so that we can solve these problems that are solvable, so that everyone can start truly experiencing genuine civility, dignity, and respect. And there is a way to that, and it's not antagonistic, but it is leaving these oldsters and the Baggins behind. And all of their manifestations. The younger ones, more despicable in a lot of ways than the older ones. But they're less believable because they're as plastic as Gumby. They got nothing. They're hollow as little drums, little septic tanks of post-moronism. Can't tell who a woman is, right? What's a couple of other ones? A leader, imagine a bus driver. You ask a bus driver, like, what is a tire and what is a horn? And he can't answer you. But they're supposed to lead this country through the choppy waters of a sea of bandits that absolutely hate our guts and have done immense damage to us already and are looking to do more. That's the person. Look, that's the person they sent over. And then there's a bunch of people that apparently are getting paid enough to say, well, these are the best people for the job. F them. People who took that money came out on the wrong side and are pushing robots. These people are, like I said, gonorrhea. Nothing good about them. You're going to jump on their little loony buses and cheer for yourselves? F you. Don't vote for me. You're the last type of person this country needs. And I don't care if you got 2 holes or 10. Just saying, yeah, you should water down your language because you're going to alienate voters. I don't think so. I think you can connect with voters when they know 100% where you're coming from, and will tell you that you think, despite being hated by a bunch of phonies. I think that speaks to the public a lot more than I want to talk about feeblings and weeders. We need more feelings and weeders to pave the way for what? Some type of corporate meeting where nothing gets done. A lot of time is wasted for a bunch of greedy, malignant, schemerists, narcissists, and psychopaths. F them. They stink. Their management stinks. They didn't do anything to make the product. They're damn schemers, usurpers, and subverters. They represent a negative value. They represent a lack of national security. They represent a lack of prosperity, a lack of futurity. They represent a lack of civility. So they want to come out and say, I'm too abrasive. F them. I'm not abrasive enough. This is just getting warmed up. This is me just polishing the brass so it shines. That's it. That 30 million that didn't vote, they would have easily voted for someone that talked like that and also walked like that. That's the main thing. There's no talking like that and not walking like that. You're going to walk the walk. if you talk the talk. That's it. We don't need no damn robots, no clones, no populists that come out like the little buffoons playing on a couple of sound bites that they picked up. Like in Argentina, that's not the way this thing is going forward. It's going to be genuine. The real thing, yeah, that's right. The real thing, not the fake one. So a few words on Southport. See, last week was Leeds having a riot in merry old England, and this week it's Southport, where a knife attacker of unknown origins, they did track it down, it wasn't Rwanda, killed 8-9 people in broad daylight. So, but now they're trying to cover it because there was a riot. People start rioting because there's a two-tier policing system where whites are given the natives, right, the Anglo-Saxons, they're given the special treatment where they're not allowed to say anything about anything that could challenge some type of obtuse sociological narrative that weird people, like sadistic people, are invested heavily in, apparently, to the point where they'll flip out on anyone who calls any aspect of their grand plan non-strategy, reversed imperialistic, parasitic, antagonistic, uh, anti-democratic plan. So what did they come out? Their information is, well, of course, hush hush, it's all so terrible, people are rioting, so they're ipso facto wrong because they're not just lighting little candles and going along for the ride. They're actually expressing themselves in a way that is making it hard to ignore, especially for little careered up ultra sensitive sensitive people that have this new age morality and utopia that comes straight out of 1917ist anti-Baratiist 1984ist kind of narratives. Will they walk back their policies and start deporting all of these menaces to civil society? Well, no, that's not what they're doing. But what did one of them come out with? They're like, "This is very unfortunate." Imagine like a British accent, some young two-holist with like big glasses and plastic surgery, sort of like a face that looks like a guppy or something. Weird kind of face, but of course a polished chrome torpedo right out of these educational institutions to teach them how to see things the wrong way and repeat it. Just like, it's so unfortunate, especially because random acts of violence are so exceedingly rare. Ooh. Look at that spin. Isn't that horrendous? And you know what? I bet it's not true at all. See, this is why when all this blows over, when Western countries get real leaders again, we will be putting scientists on the case and we'll be looking, okay, what was the demographics in year X and what is it now? And that is a crime. That is a cultural crime. That's whoever was responsible whoever was on watch when that happened, they're criminals. So next day there will be a law passed that the people that let that happen are criminals. So in this day it's illicit until we can get the bill passed. And then once the bill's passed, yeah, these people will be sitting in jail for criminal neglect. These were the authorities that let the whole country get swamped on the basis of some crazy crackpot ideas. Let's just get back to the old labor theories. More people coming in, the wages go down to nothing. Then prices go up. So these people aren't good for anyone, except who knows who. They're not good for themselves. They're so crazily sadistic and over the top that how could something not come and swing back and hit these people for being so totally brazenly wrong? And then patty caking on issues like this, that there's no reason in the world that Western countries should be overrun by non-Westerners. So the people on board with that idea, the minuscule minority of apparatchiks and essentially traders and ne'er-do-wells and no-goods and the worst people for the job, it's their fault. So you need to vote them out. But see, they don't want to go. So that's why they keep bringing in more people, because they're hoping at some point things will take care of themselves and they can go back to counting the money. So think of some guy like Lukashenko, right? They had the vote, and then people were wearing like the clothes, like they were the color, saying, indicating who they were voting for. And it was like a sea of the color of the opposition. But then they came out after the vote and said he won with 80% of the vote like usual. And at that point, it's like, yeah, okay, what type of system are you living in? What do you do then? Well, then they brought out the head cracking cops, like these robot cops that work out at gyms and don't care who they beat up or in prison or send away for life. And they set them just roaming around beating up people after the election. And we don't know how many of them are still in prison. They don't really publish those numbers. But it's back to business as usual for them. But see, instead of them bringing in foreigners to attack their own people, they send the foreigners to their neighbors so that they'll attack them. Now you would think, why are they doing this when they're so conservative? Well, maybe they're trying to be the next thing that they're going to call themselves as conservative, but they're as fake as a $2 bill on that too. So watch who pops up during these things. They're not going to support the Bank Nationalization Act. They're bad news. They might as well be called BB, Bilbo Baggins, Bozo Buddy. But these information outlets you're listening to that are trying to sweet talk this to you, they're not your friends. Their ownership is code. They're illicit operators at this point. They've just been playing the Pied Piper the whole time this has been going on, or pointing out things here or there, but giving wrong spins consistently. And then look at the casting on top. So right now, they're illicit operators. When the bill gets passed, they will get charged for that misinformation during the hybrid war, at least the early stages of it. So I hate to tell you, UK, that's what it's looking like. It looks like Labour is your Lukashenko. And it's so funny because there are historical links between 1917ists there and in the UK. So what are they now? Just essentially a criminal operation. So this means if you're edgy and you like buying drugs and stuff or doing something illegal, that's them too. Okay, so it's hard to understand. They're in the law or in the politics, so they can shut down the law, so they can do whatever the hell they want. See, a lot of people wouldn't think someone would be that bold to do that, but these are their people that are doing that. They're frontmen. So the Labour Party, it's the Lukashenko Party. And like I said, the next vote, if they don't get all voted out, then the vote was rigged. So what are you going to do then? Well, I would say start preparing for it because it does look like that's how they act when they don't get their way or people don't believe their numbers, which people shouldn't believe anything they say. That's the thing about losing credibility. When a politician or a party loses credibility in a democracy, they're done. It's over. The public does not believe them, and so they will not vote for them, and so it's over. So, but what do they have? Well, they have a ruse, and they have a voting machine. So, you're going to have to call them out on it. Next, I wouldn't even see next election. Try to, I would say, protest for a new election. Say we don't like the election. We want a new election. We want new people. Until we get it, we're not going along with like playing pretend like everything's okay because it's not. And that's what you do. And it's got to be a lot of people. It's got to be sustainable, and you got to look out. They're going to be sending everybody and everything they can. Just like strike breakers, they're going to try to go that way. Secret police like Lukashenko, they got snitches all over the place. And because they're associated with crime, they'll pay somebody, they'll break the law. They're not hindered by the law. They got the law on their side and they got crime on their side. So that's what you're looking at. But again, there's only so much people they can do because they're an ultra minority. That's what they are. They're just a shim-sham operation with a couple of people that are making enough to make it worth it for them. But when those people go bye-bye or get some work-related injuries, then who do they have left? Well, they got nobody. And then they flee. They run for the hills. But guess what? If they run for the hills after the new government gets in, you need to go after them. And the people they put anywhere, you need to go after them too. They need to go away completely, entirely. And that also means crime, so forget about supporting criminals. If you're a criminal, get out of crime right now. And don't go back to it, not with those people. Your network, it's screwed. You're doing it for the money, well then you are a criminal. And then you should be treated like one, just straight up and down like one, without even asking any question. Because we know what happens in their courts, so I think criminals need to know whether they were just in it for the money or they want to wreck the country too, because that's sort of the way they're big bosses that are being controlled by who knows where are going. But how many of them are those? Who needs them anyway? So I get it. Some people making money off this, they don't want that to stop, and they have no cares or concerns or feelings that they're limited in any way. But I think seeing them and seeing both sides of the equation can help some people understand what we're actually dealing with. And it does have international characteristics. They're supported by hostile third parties, and it's multipolar. Don't forget the BRICS. And I always forget the S. South Africa is flipped. So anybody from there, especially smuggies from there, smuggies from anywhere, but smuggies from the BRICS, those are, the worst people in the world at this time. And they want to export the franchise to your country, so that's going to be a big no. When another bill, all those people, they got to report to some type of facility to check and cross-check their story, what they were doing, when they came, what little fairy tales they've been telling and what they've been doing, because in their crazy countries, they treat you, even if you're the most honest person in the world, like you're Jack the Ripper. And why? Because they're paranoid. But why are they paranoid? Because they're playing the type of games that would make someone paranoid. See, you play games, you F around, you find out, right? They've been effing around for a while. So any of these regimes, there's no reason why people should be around you that are from there. Now, I understand some people are fleeing, but that gives them cover. So you need to really know what you're dealing with, and they really are invested in trying to let you think that they're the good side, not the bad side. So you need to know what's up, and if you make a mistake, the consequences are way worse than you might think, because they're on a war footing. I don't recall what documentary it was, but it was some slimy toad they were interviewing. It's like, well, what was your success strategy? And the slimy toad said, well, we act as though we're at war, but the other people act as though they're in peace. So think of that. These are the slimy toads that have been kicking us while we're down, kicking us in the face, kicking us in the teeth, kicking us in the ass. The whole time we think we're at peace. Well, no, their mindset is they're going to come here and mess us up. And they got their reasons why. They're memory war ideological minders told them that we deserve it. And that whatever they do to kick us in the face, they're working for social justice. That's what they told them. So think of the slime and the slop bucket these people crawled out of, and how they act like they're imperious way about them in foreign countries they don't belong in. That culture needs to end like the dodo bird. So people, this is not something anybody wants. This is not a good thing. This is a nasty report. It's nasty feedback on a nasty thing, but at least now you know. We're talking about a minuscule amount of people that are into some really bad things, including attacking the political process and having substituted your representative out with phonies. Look at the Scottish National Party, that whole thing. You don't think I'm making this up? Then look at the Tories. Then look at Labour. Then look at the other parties. How could that have happened if there wasn't an orchestrated attack against your political office and the people in politics and the culture and the voting and everything else? The funding, yeah, where'd the money go? Oh, we're sending this £100 billion to Rwanda to keep people from coming. Didn't stop a thing, but where did the money go? Well, it's gone. Oops. This is going to go in a book, like a dossier, for like the lowest of the lowest point in British politics in modern history, if it pulls it off. It makes a turnaround. Otherwise, it's just going to be denuded of people at some point. It's just going to be some type of poker chip, and it's going to be lights out for whoever's been living there. You don't think that can happen? It's real easy. You remember Normandy? It's just like, we're going to land in Normandy, and they ended up taking over all Europe. Well, you can land on any of them damn beaches. Them small boats already showed the way. In fact, that's the beginning part of the proper invasion. And then when they come with numbers, what do your numbers look like that could stop that? Well, you're busy burning down buildings because you're trying to get people out that are trying to let people in. Well, you could see how you could very easily be exterminated in a conventional war under situations like that. So who would want that for you? Well, the people that hate your guts since forever, that are known entities that your politicians have chummy relationships with. So that would be another bill that would stop tomorrow. Any business to these dictator-allied countries, that business goes nowhere. From tomorrow to the next day, there is no business. And the people that were in the business, they need to report to someone to discuss some things about that business. Like, where else have they invested, or where do they like to go, or where have they been, and what have they been doing, and things of that nature. I hate to be that person, people. I don't want anybody to fail in this dimension. We are all born with so much potential for good. And every place has so much potential for good. The United Kingdom has an enormous potential for good. It's had an enormously positive impact on the world up until now. And it can again. Which is why I say make the United Kingdom brilliant again.